Oh, that's great because the first everything everybody heard was a sniff, so that cues us.
Yeah!
That cues us right up. Hey, everybody, welcome to Plus One EXP's Roll for Content channel. My name's Tony Vicinda. I'm Chief Alchemist here at Plus One EXP, and we're a weird little brand that multi-classes in tabletop game design, beard and skincare alchemy, and the Bardic College of Content Creation. Our hope and desire is that amazing designers could find great players who love their games, and amazing players could find great designers whose games they could love. We do that in a lot of different ways, but one of the main ways we do it is by sitting down and playing a game with a designer, regardless of what kind of allergies any of us have going on or what kind of skeletons we have looming behind us and their unwillingness to sit upright in chair.
I'm crying. He just won't sit up straight.
It's probably his allergies. So there is a speaking. We were talking about allergies right before we were getting live. You're going to hear about Gun Slinger in just 1 second, but I want to let everybody know there's like a probably 150-foot stretch of street in Manayunk, the part of Philadelphia in which I live, that has something in the trees or the plants nearby, and it kills me every time I walk by. Like, it's not like a slow buildup. It is like I am allergic to something there, and I immediately cough and hack and wheeze, which normally would just make me look like an idiot, but during this time of the world in which we live makes everybody worried. I am just on the street spewing stuff everywhere. It's just allergies. It's just allergies. And I walked down that stretch of road today, and my wife was like embarrassed to be with me. And so that's my allergy stuff. But let's hear about Gun Slinger from Nevyn. Nevyn, tell people who you are, what you do. Tell us about the game we're going to play. Include any allergy stories you have and want to share also.
Yeah, so the first noise you heard was a sniffle. That was me, bud. I'm allergic to the state I live in, and that's just the way that it is. Sorry in advance. But I'm Nevyn. I use they, he pronouns. I'm a queer tabletop role-playing game designer based out of Texas. I design and produce and publish stuff alongside my wonderful and ridiculously skilled wife, Jam, who you should go check out on Twitter at DinoBerryJam, and her website too, which is one of the places that you can buy Gun Slinger.
I don't think I realized till this moment that Jam was Dino Berry.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
okay.
Also,
we got that.
Like,
we got the
I assume that there are multiple jams in the world. That's otherwise, why would the phrase "that's my jam" exist, right? Like,
sure.
Clarifying, you know, whether the jar on the counter or the other individual is affiliated with you or not, you know. And the same way someone might say, "That's my Nevyn," right? So, that's my Nevyn. This is the best start to a stream ever. Nevyn, tell us a little about the game we're gonna play.
So, Gun Slinger is a game for 2 to 3 players. Either 2 players just as the gun and the slinger, or, you know, an optional 3rd player as the Maestro, which is basically like the GM. It's a game where can I swear?
You can swear.
Am I okay? Am I allowed to swear on this stream?
We typically play with PG-13, but not because I have any mores against swearing. Really just because it's fun to try to have that communal F-bomb be something we pick for the exact right moment. But we can start that rule in a little bit, depending on what.
Okay, cool. Because
all other types of cussing are fine.
Okay, cool.
And we can start that rule whenever.
Okay, cool. I'm going to use the F-bomb now. Okay. Gun Slinger is about running around a fucked up world with your partner in crime. One of you is a wandering gunslinger, the other one is a sentient magical gun. And you just run around, you adventure through this world, you explore it, and you tell stories that are at their core about what it means to have someone's back in a world that is inherently aggressive. I could go on for hours about the themes, but that's not what we're here for today. It was kickstarted a year ago, about-ish, and it's great. It's really good. You play using Go Fish and Blackjack. It's got a lot of tools to help improvise the world and build the world from the ground up, so everything you do is unique. All of the expansions that are included in it, one of which is written by Viditya, are all cross-compatible, so you can play as a Gun Slinger, the Sword and Bearer, the Mech and Pilot, or you can like mix those up and play as the gun and mech if you want. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not your boss. And that's really it. I think it's a pretty thoughtful game, and a pretty kick-ass game too. I say completely unbiased. You can find links to it over at nevyn.games. You can find physical copies at dinoberryjam.com, floatingchair.club, and over on Exalted Funeral.
Awesome. Sweet. I love it. Speaking of our other player and that design, Vid, tell people who you are, what you do, where they can find you online.
Hey, everyone. I'm Viditya. I go by he, him pronouns. Yeah, you can find me online at Viditya Valetti. That's on Twitter and basically anywhere else with my full name. You can Google me. My games, I'm an indie designer, much like basically everybody here. You can find my games at vidityavaletti.itch.io. I helped. I wrote a thing for Gun Slinger. It's some of my favorite work I've ever done.
It's really good.
It's very good. Like
it's
to pat my own back.
Good.
It's very good. And what is it like? In no small part to the system that Nevyn made, which just like kind of let me go off. Sorry.
Just like that, go off exactly like that.
Yeah, just fucking. Oh, there's a motorbike parade outside my window.
That's really fitting because there are motorcycles in Gun Slinger, so it's just setting the mood.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah,
they heard about this stream and they didn't understand how streams work. They just decided to show up outside your apartment.
Yeah.
We've also in the chat had a little bit of love already thrown out for your partner in crime right behind you, Vid, and that is the whiteboard. You want to introduce the whiteboard to everybody?
Yeah, here's my whiteboard. I love my whiteboard. It lets me draw in the middle of stream. I get to add visuals. Here is my self-portrait of Gun. It shall change as we play the game because the gun can change and stuff. So I'll be adding to this beauty as we go.
Awesome. Well, I'm super excited to play. I know for the first little bit, we're going to be building out kind of the world, the setting, like you mentioned, and then we're going to take a short little break and switch over into the actual play of the session. But world building is one of my favorite things. Also, if you're watching right now and you want to go retweet the Go live stream, we would really appreciate that. Feel free to, because tonight we are going to be giving away a copy of the game. And I know from who I've seen in the chat already, lots of you guys already have this. Lots of you folks already have this beautiful, wonderful game. So I'm going to hit open on that giveaway. You do have to be following to enter. You're going to type in !twist to get entered in to win a copy of that game. We'll pick the winner at the end. If you're not with us the entire time, though we hope you are, you'll still be fine as long as you respond to my message in a reasonable period of time. Otherwise, I'll pick somebody else later. With that said, you can go ahead and enter into that now. It looks like it's working, so I'm going to minimize that. But please go retweet the Go Live, share the link out. You can, some people also, if right below my face right here, there's a link, ttrpg.link / GandS, not just GandS, game that'll take you right to Nevyn's itch page where you can purchase it digitally or link out to the other things also too. So that's right below our faces. You gonna draw some GandS up there?
Yeah, I'm drawing GandS.
We always use safety tools here on the channel, the ones that we standardly use, unless the system dictates otherwise, which this system doesn't. It uses these exact same tools and does a great job introducing them. Our lines, veils, and the X card. Lines are things that may happen in the world of our game, but don't happen in the course of our game. They're kind of off topic or outside of the bounds of what we're going to cover and not things that we can bring in. Veils are things that might come up in the play of game, but we're going to handle them in a specific way or handle them very gently or move forward past them whenever they come up and just with kind of a mention. And then the X card is the ability for any of us at any point in time to say X or to message X to Nevyn or whoever and say, hey, we need to stop, pause. We're only going to pause long enough to figure out what the issue is so that we can move forward in a different direction. No explanation is required. The other one that I love that Nevyn includes that we also have here on the stream is an open door policy. We have a people over projects approach here. So if you see one of us has to get up all of a sudden or we have to call an audible on a break because somebody needs to go to the bathroom or get a beverage, that's all real normal human stuff that streamers should be able and allowed to do. So somebody might just get up and walk away for a couple minutes, which is fine, or we might take a pause as a whole, but you should also take care of yourself. pause whenever you need to, step away if you need to. Also, Nevyn, are there any sort of caution warnings we might want to offer people? And then do either of y'all have any lines or veils that you want to have add to our already established one?
I'll say right off the bat, I personally don't think that, like, the typical caution warnings that I would give for like a horror game or something like that would be gore, scary stuff, violence, things like that. I don't expect this adventure to go very scary. There's definitely some themes of political violence and political malpractice at the core of what this adventure is. And in Gun Slinger, it's always entirely possible, at least the way I run it, for some really screwed up monsters to show up, because that's what the twist does. It makes bad things show up and do bad things. As far as lines and veils, for me, outright line on violence against children, it has no place in this game or in any games that I play. And a veil on things like drug abuse and addiction.
Awesome. Vid, anything you want to
add? I don't. Again, I'm not entirely sure if I'll see this in the game, but I always like to put a line on domestic abuse, and then also a veil on. I'm thinking like I'm good with stuff getting gunky and weird, but maybe like I guess today I'm just kind of headspace. We could veil like just real graphic depictions of violence. You know what I mean?
I'll stray away from like the body horror stuff a little.
I honestly I think I don't mind body horror, but we don't need to go into like the sinew of it all.
Like pus and ooze are fine, but what pus and ooze smell or taste like, maybe not quite that in-depth.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. No, I think that's great. Yeah. So
I don't like to describe that stuff too much anyways, so I think we'll be fine.
Right. Ultraviolet Ray says political violence. That's my second favorite kind of violence. People are very excited for it. I am also too. Well, that's awesome. And just remember, like, again, for anybody watching or for anybody out there using these tools, they should be living things that you should come back to if something comes up on an X, or if something comes up in play that we need to talk about, we can always come back and say, oh, I don't like that. And I love the way the game handles mechanics being less important than like player engagement in the narrative consistently throughout the book. I think it's incredibly mindful the way that it's written. So Nevyn, you did a phenomenal job with that. And with all that stuff said, I'm going to just hand things over to you to take us into building out our session for Gun Slinger.
Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to monologue for a little bit. There's some text in the book that I really want to read just to make sure that everyone, not only us here, are on the same page with what is in this game, but also so that everyone who's watching, who may be unfamiliar, like really gets a vibe of what's going on. So there's just like a little bit that I want to read about what the game is about and the setting. Then I'll go over our agendas, and then we will just roll right into creation, which will start with world, go into character. We'll take a break, and then we'll play the game. Cool. Eons ago, the sky shattered, and something ate the moon and stars, leaving us with only our sun, small cluster of planets, and a new twisted moon. Something, birthed from the Sky Eater, fell to our planet and began to twist and warp it. It was the end of our world before anyone living could remember. Now, many generations later, our people's remnants wander the twisted land and fight bioluminescent, night-crawling creatures searching our castles and cities' ruins for ancient magic and technology to help us survive. The brave and hopeful work to keep pocket-sized towns together and alive. Now, many years after our stars were devoured, you find yourself searching the ruins with your new partner. I hope you find what you're looking for. Gun Slinger at its core is a game super inspired by, Trigun, Pitch Black, anime bullshit, and all sorts of like sci-fi. A really important thing that I want to mention is that while Gun Slinger plays with the Western genre. It pulls in some of those tropes, and it's very, very easy to see this game's art, see its name, and go, oh, it's a Western. It is not a Western, and I cannot say that enough. I say it all the time, and I'm going to say it now. Gun and Slinger is not at its core a Western. It is more of a sci-fi romp than anything else. It's very considerate about the ways that we do violence and who commits and receives that violence, in ways that the Western genre are simply not. So it's not a Western. Don't expect a Western here. I might go into a country accent, but that's because I'm from Texas and I'm allowed to. Our agendas today for the Gun and Slinger: you are to put yourself in danger, search for what you want, and leave people with stories to tell. For the gun, you should be an extension of the slinger's arm and an agent of the strange. For the slinger, you should be the hammer that sparks the gun and an agent for change. Myself as the Maestro should aim to use the twist interestingly, create intrigue and drama, and make the world threatening. And then all of us together at the table today need to do what's most interesting, learn about the world, and always escalate imminent dangers.
Love it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff in here about the world itself. We don't really need to go into it. Long story short, there's Magitech and also castle ruins and stuff like that.
Right.
Love it.
Just trying to skip ahead to the right page. Brief touchstone overview. Nausicaa, the Valley of the Wind, Breath of the Wild, Trigun, Pitch Black, Subnautica, and Outer Wilds.
Oh, good stuff.
I haven't flipped through this book in a while, and I don't remember where exactly the character setup is.
I just have the great set of quick sheets. It's available over on the itch page.
Shout out to Will Yobst.
Oh, yeah. Will's in the chat.
Will is in the chat, and Will did all the reference sheets and the character sheets.
Yeah. Well, everyone, Will's in chat. Everyone, for Will Yobst.
Will did a fantastic job.
Here it is.
It really messes me up.
Page 52, Nevyn.
I found him.
Okay.
Page 52.
I'm gonna show the book.
The only person I like almost as much as Will Yobst is Lee Epps, and they're both phenomenal.
So, before we actually make our characters, we actually create the world. There are a handful of setup questions that we work through together just to make stuff specific, really. And it allows everyone to have their own unique world. So we're going to start with some questions that are for the table. That sound good to y'all?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The twist continues to be an omnipresent, slow, world-changing force. Besides the Night Beasts, what new and hostile force was introduced within the last decade, and how has it changed daily life? So the twist is corruption incarnate, basically, in our setting. Mm-hmm. And the question is, what new things has it given us that really just absolutely suck for everyone?
In chat, y'all should absolutely feel free to kick in any thoughts you have on how the world has been made a horrible place at this point in time.
Yeah, absolutely.
My brain went in two directions immediately.
All right, what you got?
I got something to do with the landscape, like, you know what I mean, like something that changed there, like, you know, made it worse, or I was thinking like technology, like a technological corruption.
I really like the idea of the landscape being altered.
Yeah.
And it also leans into our adventure today.
Yeah.
How do y'all feel about the planet being cut in half?
Oh, yeah,
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm into it.
Is that okay? Are we cool with that?
I'm cool if the planet got cut in half. I think that's fun.
I think that's a good time.
The planet is cut in half along the equator.
Horizontally.
Yeah.
My brain immediately went towards like synesthesia, but specifically the sense of smell not existing anymore and having to figure out how to fit into the other senses. Like,
oh my God,
you just like, no one smells, but you can still like see or hear. Like, smells just kind of eke out in other sensory ways.
You can see smells
sometimes,
but you
sometimes
can't,
you can hear smells, but you can't smell smells.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's it. That's horrible.
That's horrible.
Maybe not horrible, but damn, that would woof.
Yeah, I would be less excited about a lot of things, and more terrified of a lot of things if that was the case.
I think that's what we're gonna go with. Because that alone, like combined with what the twist does in general and how it works, is like, that's good. Because then, you know, the twist isn't just like, it's not just a natural disaster. The twist is a rolling natural disaster with a motive.
Right.
Oh, interesting. All right.
Next question. In the last few years, the ancient force magic has resurfaced. In what form? Is it common? And how is it used?
Oh.
We know there's Magitech.
Right.
Yeah.
That's like a key part of the setting. But magic itself.
This is just
like
straight magic. Pure
straight
like,
magic.
Yeah, no tech involved. I love
Is
like
it common?
I love like common enough that you always wonder if somebody else has it, but not so common that it's like everybody's got magic. Feels like a good spot to me. But I'm pretty open either way.
Is it so
also.
like in a way where like every town will have like a handful of magic users?
Yeah, like a small town might not. Like maybe like 1 in every 100, 1 in every 200, right? So it's not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like it's not like, I mean, I don't know how big a town is, right? In the
Yeah,
setting.
I don't know either. I was thinking, is it like a specialist, right? It's like, oh, you know, not every town has a blacksmith, much like not every town has a magic user.
Okay, cool.
Kind of thing.
Like a big city, you'd have magic users enough for them to be able to get together, have socials, like hang out. But then, small village, you might be like, yeah, we don't have one, or we haven't had one for like a generation or whatever.
Our last one left to go check out the shed and just didn't come back.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
I like this a lot. That's a really, really good like commonality level. I think how it's used, I feel like, I mean, I'm a big fan of like utilitarian magic.
Yeah.
I love the idea of it's like, we have this magic. We're not doing wild, crazy. I'm not casting meteor. I'm giving you a map. Stuff like that. Like everybody who has magic has like their own way to use it, but it's all like to an end, to a very, kind of mundane end, honestly.
I'm in my head, I'm like picturing like repairmen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're like maybe magic is I kind of actually want to push. I want to say like magic by nature is healing. Like it is not. I want to say like it is not destructive, because I think like a lot of time like magic can kind of like, you know, if it's not overtly destructive, it can kind of be used as such, and I think it could be interesting if it's like it came up and you can't like do harm with it, you know, it is there just to repair, to heal.
Is it something of a, in this setting, maybe in our version, maybe like a flip side to the twist, like the twist comes back, the twist changes things.
Yeah.
That is,
magic is restorative.
Exactly. Yes. Good. Magic is like, in the text and in the setting, magic is intended as a mirror to the twist, and I really like the idea of us just leaning into that and saying like the twist comes and it fucks shit up, and magic goes, hey, we're gonna not do that.
Yeah,
very good, super good, love it, love to see it. Here's a fun one. The twist recently destroyed the region's largest city. What was its name? What was its purpose? And what changed?
My like super immediate impulse was Chicago. The
twist destroyed Chicago. For why? I don't know. Just
no reason.
No reason.
Spencer, get out.
I was not a fan of Chicago. Had strong opinions.
The twist woke up and said, "I don't like Light, the RPG by Spencer Campbell."
Yeah. There's too many tabletop RPG designers in the greater Chicago
area.
Yeah. And it must be stopped.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So the twist is a big Pitt fan and not a big Second City fan. And so
I'm just gonna use a city name generator where y'all figure out what it is.
That sounds great. All right, what were the other two parts of the question?
What was its purpose? Like, what was the city, the purpose of the city, and what changed? Do you want to do one of the largest cities? Kind of moving into like sci-fi fantasy stuff. Like, is this a capital city, or maybe like a library, like a knowledge, like a place of like scholarly city?
I have a name.
What's the name?
Queen Lake.
Queen Lake. Ooh,
I like that.
I do like that.
It does sound very capital city-ish also too.
Yeah.
I like it. If we're going to lean into sci-fi, I like it as a center of knowledge. I also wonder about, like, is there a level at which this was the only way off of this rock, right? So, like...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm a big fan of
it.
And a lake, is a great... Like, there's a dock, there's a bay,
Right.
I really, really like that. I haven't seen a lot of games of Gun and Slinger that play with the space aspect, because remember, all the stars are gone, but you do still have like your little sister planet up there. Like, they're still there.
Right.
Yeah.
So the idea that the transit hub from between our planet and the sister planet is just like gone now.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Like, that would mess with commerce. That would have people worried more than usual about their families. Like, that's a very functional and emotional wound in a lot of ways. I'm a huge fan of this.
Okay. What when you ask what changed, I guess that's
you can't leave the planet anymore.
You can't leave, yeah.
You can't leave the planet. That affects trade. That affects I mean, trade is the big thing. So things that we would get from the other planet, now we just don't have as much of them, or like their prices skyrocket.
I also really love what you said about communication. Like, communication being in like no longer like an instantaneous, just like back and forth, but it's somehow like it kind of reinforces this sense of being cut off.
I really like I've been watching a lot of Gundam and listening to a lot of friends at the table. And there's a thing that both of these do that's very cool with regards to communication. What if Queen Lake wasn't just like the trade and transit hub between planets, but was also like the center of global communication?
It was like a relay.
It was a relay for like every town on planet had a big antenna that allowed communication between every town on planet.
Yeah.
But Queen Lake got blown up. And Queen Lake was like the central hub for all of that. So
I'm a
now
big
like
fan of that.
you'll have like radio communication, but it's like shortwave.
Yeah. And like you actually have to like wait a while to get news and information. And the farther you are from or like maybe there's like now like separate hubs, like smaller hubs. Like I can see like, it's like things are trying to build up. Like secondary cities are now like, oh fuck, we had to upgrade our relay because like it just isn't like and the signal's even worse. Like, I like this kind of global panic of communication that kind of happens.
Pretty good.
How much do we have anything established about our sister planet up there?
No, it's not written about at all in the book. I have some plans for some expansion stuff later on, but right now there's no canon.
I love the idea, and it doesn't have to come into play at all, but like every once in a while, like not necessarily care packages, but like basically like they just hurl like crap out of the sky sometimes, hoping to communicate with people down here. Like
they have a catapult.
Data drops, but in the most literal sense.
Oh
yeah.
my
They have a
God,
space catapult, and like once a month they get a big like oil drum, and they put a bunch of CDs and letters and shit like that in it, and they just launch it out of a space cannon.
Oh my God.
A space catapult directly at where Queen Lake was, but they don't know Queen Lake got blown up, so it just lands in a big hole, and nobody does anything with it. So
some Looney Tunes shit, right? I love it.
Sometimes sci-fi goofy.
I know, but it's just like, all right, we're gonna load this shit up.
Wile E. Coyote on our sister planet with an Acme cannon.
Oh my God.
This is a really fun question. There's always some really cool stuff that comes up with it. What major landmarks remain around the world? What's their importance? Everyone should create at least one. So the way that we do this, if I can type right, we're each going to name and describe a landmark. I'll go first.
Oh, is there one specific important landmark?
And there's a specific one for our thing, and I have to claim the massive sword sticking out of the ground before Vid does. Otherwise, we're gonna have two.
Because it's gonna happen. I was gonna do it.
You claim the other side sticking out the other end of the planet. That's what you claim.
Oh fuck.
So the people call it the Sword Mountain, and it is rumored to be it's rumored to be a remnant of the Golden Age.
Ooh, I like that.
VHS Crow says, for landmarks question, my disbanded GNS group, I don't know why they disbanded them. Maybe we'll hear about that later. Created something that was like a gilded tower, a la Slay the Spire, where there were dungeons with loot the further up you got, but also filled with twisted beasts and stuff.
We love it.
That's the good stuff. We love a dungeon crawling gun and slinger.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I like I'm always a fan of settings that kind of have like a built-in dungeon, you know, like a mythological dungeon. That's not like this is the home of these creatures and we're gonna raid it. It's like, no, this is like cosmically a dungeon.
Yeah. No, I have got super into weird lit RPG stuff, and the like isekai-esque tower run part of the genre is one of my favorite weird.
Oh, for sure.
Bits. And so, disbanded because our Maestro had no time. Oh,
I don't know what that's like at all. I've never experienced that before in my life. I am a being of time and nothing else.
Right.
I love the idea of a giant, canyon that originally was. I'll come up with a name for it in a second. It's going to be something folly, but I haven't figured out what folly. Like the idea was originally that this was going to be a very important canyon, and it ended up not being until the world got cut in two, and now it's the easiest way down to like the like severed area. And we'll call it Dissidence Folly.
Ooh. Dissidence or dissonance?
Dissidence. Duh.
Dissidence Folly. Ooh, that's
big
really good.
Canyon that gets you into the guts of the planet. It's just you, bud. You're the world boy. Come on.
I know. I'm thinking. I'm like, well, we got canyon, we got sword. Good landmark. I want to play with.
You want some big bones?
I'm gonna introduce. Oh, big bones is good. Actually, no, that is kind of what I was thinking of. I'm gonna introduce a war between our sister planet and us, a long time war, like something that happened a long time ago. And I think there's this huge crater, and in the center of the crater is like the fallen body of like a huge mech that was a part of this like interplanetary war. I think I want to say it's like a landmark isn't really a city, but I think like people live there. You know what I mean? Like it feels, or there's like been a kind of a society that built around it or something like that. But I like giant ancient mech in a crater.
Hell yeah, I'm here for it. What's it called?
My mind went to like Destiny. And I think it's just like written on it, but also Destiny is a game.
Hey, I'm gonna meet you halfway here.
Do it, please,
and help you on your bullshit.
Yeah,
we'll call it Destiny's Traveler.
There we go. Yeah. Well, because I'm like, it's like a ship name is what I wanted it to be.
Right.
So that's perfect.
But this is also like a town now. And the idea of the Traveler being an ancient war machine, you know.
Oh yeah, no,
nothing but original ideas here, right?
None of this has been explored ever before. This is all completely new territory.
We're doing something. People should be here at the ground floor.
Listen. I never have an idea that's not original.
Absolutely.
Now someone's going to clip me saying, "I never have an idea."
It's gonna be me. I should grab it right now.
You should get that.
I'm gonna ask Rue to do it. Rue's very good at
that.
this.
Will says Destiny's
child.
Destiny's offspring.
Oh my god.
Faith's offspring. Sorry.
I'm gonna get us back on track.
Yeah.
The next question. The gun is magical, sentient, and speaks. How common is this? Can objects besides guns speak? How do people typically react? Wait, I know you got a good one loaded for this. Don't even.
I like the idea that it's not common. Because it adds a weirdness to the gun that I think. I don't know if we says that, but I'm Gun. I want to play Gun today. And I think there's like a weirdness to that. That's like a fun dynamic between the gun and the slinger, where like the gun can't just talk all the time because it would like draw attention. I am open to like, the degrees of that, right? Like that's a part of the question is like, how common is it or whatever? But I like it on the less common side.
I like, go ahead.
I was going to posit, or pitch, if you will. There are probably like programmed automatons that can speak and do basic interactions. But as far as sentient magical objects, there's probably not a lot of those.
Yeah.
I think, building on that, I love the idea of there's always a rumor that there's other sentient objects out there, and we're like, every time we encounter one so far, it's been a disappointment, but there is like this weird type of like, are you the only one question still that we're constantly asking still.
Yeah. Something that might be fun is like, because like the sentient aspect, I think could be interesting, where it's like maybe like there are people who have talking guns, but it's more like an AI, like it's not like an AI, or it's like just like a voice activated thing or whatever. Like there are objects, but then like so like, maybe I say something and people will go, and so maybe like some people might like their first reaction is like, hey, your gun's malfunctioning. You know what I mean? Like that's weird, it shouldn't. Why is it insulting me? Like, you got some weird malware on it? You know what I mean? It's like, no, you fool. I'm real.
I'm a real boy.
I'm a real gun, not your fake gun.
Good, awesome. I like this a lot.
Yeah.
Next up, people occasionally find simple stone relics. Orbs, spheres, and pyramids with glowing inlays. How do they feel, and what is their theoretical purpose?
Say it one more time. I was definitely not talking to a teenager who doesn't know why the pizza isn't here yet.
Yeah, why isn't the pizza here yet?
I don't know. I just checked. It says it's picked up, but it hasn't been delivered. It was supposed to be here like 35 minutes ago, but
that's a shame.
The kind of thing that back in the day would have just gotten you free pizza, but nowadays you're just like, whatever, it's fine. Like,
yeah,
you got shit to do. It's fine.
So,
fine. I'll go read it again. Oh my god, let me just pick my book up again. I don't have my text memorized anymore. People occasionally find simple stone relics, orbs, spheres, and pyramids with glowing inlays. How do they feel, and what is their theoretical purpose? It's like people find weird artifacts all around the world, and nobody knows what exactly they're for.
Ooh.
But how do they physically feel? And what are like some theories behind their purpose?
Oh, how do they fit? Okay, I wanted to, I don't know, physically feel, but I
you can do mentally feel. Like,
well, yeah, I want to say like they feel comforting, but like almost coveted. Like, let me know how you feel about that.
I don't know about the one ring in it.
That's kind of, yeah, like, because I was like, as I was saying it out loud, I was like, maybe this isn't the direction we want to go.
Coveted doesn't necessarily have to mean compulsorily coveted, right? Like,
that's true. Yeah,
it could just be that like
there are absolutely people who like want these things.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a whole gobbledygook faction of like scholars of all sorts of various bullshit called the Keepers. They're absolutely relic keepers.
Oh yeah.
So, building on a dumb weird thing I said earlier that I'd love to come back to, I would love that maybe when you touch one and they're all different, you get overwhelmed by both the physical, visual, and olfactory sensation of one singular smell.
I love this.
Oh God,
do you want to know? Right. Do you want to know why I love this? This specific question is inspired by a piece of fiction that I wrote a very long time ago, which in turn inspired like the exact setting for Gun Slinger. And in that setting, there are these relics, and they all smell like a specific herb, flower, or seasoning.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I love the idea of like, it's not only just that it smells like cinnamon, but it also like you get a little bit warm and prickly, but you also whatever emotional state. Cause I love one of the reasons smell is the thing is like, I love the way that scent and memory are tied together.
Yeah.
Like it's weird, dumb nerd fact. You can't remember a smell. Like it's impossible.
You remember
like,
the way it makes you feel.
You remember the way it makes you feel, and if you like when you're doing tastings for people, like if you've ever done like wine or other stuff like that, and they're like, "Oh, it tastes like berries." Part of the reason is they tell you that you think of a time that you tasted or smelled berries, and then you remember that, and then that impacts your palate. But if you're trying to get people to taste for things, you can say, "Think about the last time you ate smelled blueberries," and then have them taste something that has a blueberry note in it, and they'll be able to do it all of a sudden because it'll kick up that memory in their head, which brings the aroma back. Anyways, that's all dumb nerdy. I used to teach people how to taste coffee for a living stuff.
Joke's on you, Jeremy Gage. I've never had a berry in my life.
Yeah, do a flight of this stream, you beautiful person.
I'm a big fan of two of the things that Will just said. The Furbies from Uncut Gems, and that they have Old Bay aura.
I have Old Bay aura. That's so fucking good, Will.
Holy shit.
Aura.
Next up.
So visceral.
Ow, I hit my hand with that. That was a dumb idea. Next up are questions for the Slinger. So Tony, these are for you, bud. In the last few months, something awoke and now it hunts you. What is it? Have you seen it? And are you aware are you aware that it's hunting you or that something's hunting you? This is setting the groundwork for the thing that hunts.
I know that I am aware that something is hunting me for sure. How much do we pitch these? How much of this is collab? Because I love being able to hear what other people think about this. I love the idea that I know that it is something that's hunting me, but I don't know what it is.
Okay, cool. I definitely have something in mind for what it is for our adventure. Or I had an idea of like how it functions, how it behaves.
Okay.
I didn't really have an idea for its look. But basically just thinking of like a pursuit machine. Like it comes after you and it does not stop.
I love the idea that like it is in some way, shape, or form cloaked. Like, and I mean that like shadowy, not like sci-fi see-through invisible, but like it is, yeah, like it is like I see something in the shadows in the distance a lot. Bad things have happened. Like I am aware of a thing, but not familiar with it.
Can we just put a like fucked up robot in a Nazgul cloak?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
It's just skeletons in it. It's just Skittles. I've said skeletons.
Skittles.
Skittles.
Good job, Skittles.
I'm definitely here for like some weird like, because I'm definitely seeing something robotic, but not like sleek robotic, very clunky with like exposed like an armor plate on the shoulder that's like very boxy, right? But then like around here on the shoulder, you can see thick cables and stuff like that, like musculature made from tubing and hoses.
Yeah.
And it's got really creepy hands and a face that you can't see because it's under a spooky cloak.
Right.
So I'm gonna write down fucked up robot Nazgul. That's scary as hell.
Any other questions we needed answered out of that?
No, that one's good.
Ultraviolet Ray, I've been trying to read you about your car's extended warranty. That could be all it is. We'll find out.
Hello, Slinger.
Yeah, I do conceptually, and I know we'll get into this, but I do conceptually love the idea of my Slinger as more of a hide and run away thing, and I am hoping beyond hope that I end up with an ultra-violent gun that can actually take care of me. But if we're both totally runaways, I'm fine with that also too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really excited to learn about your gun vid because I'm sure you've been thinking about it. You've been gun a few times now, and it's been different every time.
I love gun.
Gun good. Next question for the Slinger. The twist marked and changed you. How are you marked? What new ability does it grant, and how must you care for it?
Ooh, how must I care for it?
So you give your character some weird mutation or scar or something like that.
And I read in the character sheet like this. It starts out fairly whatever, and then as I twist, it gets more. Is that kind of correct? We're going to see this amplify potentially.
Potentially, yeah. It really only like amplifies if you die.
Cool.
Which might happen. I could kill you.
I wrote down the words earlier, primal bearing. Essentially that I no longer like stand like a person, like that I am like broader shouldered and more maybe apish. Though that might not be quite right. I definitely am still like stand up on two legs. But
I like broader shouldered and like a bestial.
Right.
Yeah.
What is this? What ability does this grant you?
I think quick movement, like it is like I'm able to shift my weight, like swing on things, grab on things.
Okay, like agile kind of
agility. Yeah.
Cool. Now, how do you have to take care of that?
I think I got to eat something weird. And so I'm totally open to what it is also too.
How gross you want to get?
I mean,
because I could say it's like, ew, worms, or I could say like, oh, it's this specific flower.
Yeah, I think given the context, I think it's got to be something raw. I don't know that it has to be something raw and alive. I think it's something that's fairly like I think if it's somewhere between like I can't eat cooked food. Like cooked food tastes disgusting to me, and I can only
like
eat
that
things.
That's interesting.
I really playing off of the stuff that we've kind of talked about with like smells. I really like the idea of it being flowers. Like, in order to keep this from getting worse, you eat flowers.
I love it.
Yeah, I like that. That's fascinating.
Cool. You have a trinket from the home you no longer have. What is it, and what does it do? What does it mean to you? This can be like a coin, a locket.
I have like an old like letterpress, singular letter. Like it's just like an S that I carry around from my home.
Does it do anything? Is it magical in any way, or is it just like I just have this?
I don't have an in-mind magical ability for it. I do
find too.
I do love kind of the way that we've maybe established some of the twist stuff. or even like I do like that I'm convinced it does something. I think mostly I think for me it's almost like a mark, like a family.
Gotcha.
Like
a signet.
Yeah, like I will press this into things, and maybe it's very simply like it operates like a brand, like it is a traditional ink single letter type, but when I press it into things, it burns an S into it.
I like that. That's cool as hell. Simple, evocative, juicy. Last question for the Slinger. What are you seeking and what do you fear?
What am I seeking and what do I fear? I am afraid that I will lose my human self. I think is like which if that's too on the nose, I can dig a little deeper. Also,
I think it's good. I like that.
But more so that I'll give myself over to the animalistic side of me, not just I'm gonna get too twisted or whatever.
Right.
What do I seek? I seek a place where I can rest.
Ooh.
Hell yeah. Excellent. Good. Gun time.
Gun time.
All right, Vid. Blow my mind. You weren't always this cold steel body. Who or what were you? What do you remember and how does your body feel?
Okay, I want to be I really want to be an alien. I'm thinking we've established we've spent a little bit of time about this connection between us and the sister planet that I feel like we don't know a lot about each other. We just kind of have this passing communication based on a whole catapult thing that's going on. And so I think I want to be some kind of weird other species that came from there. And maybe sorry, this is a little roundabout, but it's getting there. Is I like in our world we've established we're pushing sci-fi a little bit, so we have automatons and various other kind of machines that are semi-smart, and maybe I was an AI from our sister planet that somehow found its way down here.
What if you were in one of the canisters, one of the oil drums, and when it shot down here, the canister got smashed open, and then you melded with magic, which you've never had to deal with before.
Yeah.
And the magic was oh, look, a sentience. Get over here.
That's kind of what I was thinking about that with how I'm connected to magic, is that was a catalyst for who for kind of how it changed me.
I'm gonna write down that you were an AI moved from your primary container over to the gun.
Yeah.
How does it feel? How does it feel to be in a gun now?
I think confusing. I'm in a container that's not I think I like the idea of being an agent of sorry, I'm using language of the of the game. An agent of peace, something that was meant for healing. Something that was meant maybe for the gun feels out of place for me. I'm this feels
cool.
Yeah, like an antithesis to who I was.
I think that's really good. That leads us into the next question really well.
Mm-hmm.
You may be a weapon, but you're more than that. Besides violence, what else are you a tool for?
I think I am a tool for
healing.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can push healing a little bit, but that really is what
there are some abilities I think that will kind of let you do that,
mm-hmm.
your runes and stuff like that.
I am a tool for healing.
I love a gun that I can shoot my friends with and they feel better.
Actually, you know what I think it is? It's a little different. Healing is good, but I want to specify like I'm a tool for preservation.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Chat, let us know what you're a tool for. Like, we're all a tool for something.
I'm a tool for game design.
I'm a tool for... God,
well, what I'm a tool for is, it depends on who you ask. I've been called a tool for many things.
It's true.
You are directly connected to Magic's global flowing lines and fields.
Mm-hmm.
How can only you use them to affect your surroundings?
So I did think about this one a little bit. So if magic is like a thing to heal and like to repair, tell me if this is like different enough, but I really want the ability to like, like preservation and like reverting things to previous states, you know? Does that make sense? I think
that's kind of like what magic already does.
Yeah. So that's why I wasn't sure if it was like enough. But I kind of like, I thought it was like in my brain, I'm like, it's not just like putting things, I guess it's like maybe not the state it was, but like I can change the state of something. So maybe like I can jump in forward and backwards. Like if you
kind of like singularity style, that video game where you could move things forward and backward through time.
I think that's what it is. Okay, yeah. So to differentiate,
you can manipulate
it's
the
like
age of inanimate objects.
Basically, it's like people like, you know, people can manipulate it to just like what they think is healing is. I'm like, no, you're just reverting something back to a state when it was stable. Well, I'm like, but if you reverse the flow of magic, then you can age it. You can like take something and turn it into something it will become. Which may not be a destructive force, but it's like it's just a different flow of this.
No, I think it makes sense and it works really well because no one else can use magic that way. In the way that we've kind of established magic, that works really well.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want more than anything else, and what do you fear?
Ooh, I like that we've lost like transit to the other world, so I think I'm gonna just be like, I want to go back home, really badly. I'm like, because I think like I like have a goal. I'm like, I need to fix this world. This world is broken. It has severed our connection to my home, and I want to get back. And I think what I fear is I fear that I will be forever changed by this place or like rejected from my home. Or like, you know, like no longer fit. Not like they will toss me back. But yeah.
All right. Last 3 questions for the gun and the slinger.
Let's go.
Where was the gun found and how long have you wandered together? It feels very natural to say. I got 2 pitches. It feels really natural to say that either the gun was found in the ruins of Queen Lake, or that you were acquired from some trader who was selling you on the cheap because you were a malfunctioning gun. Either of those, I think, would be very cool.
I kind of like being. I kind of like being sold, like I've been like tossed around, you know, kind of like nobody, because I think maybe like that has to do with me being like, boy, this world kind of sucks, you know, like I hate the body I'm in. I'm just being thrown around. Like, don't you know that I'm like this vastly superior piece of technology? Like I can help you.
That's a gender mood.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And then the slinger comes by and is like, and like there's a connection is made. You know what I mean? Like,
how do you feel about that, Tony?
I was gonna say like I like the idea of like of the slinger feeling a little out of place in looking for something. I mean, like finding this gun that everybody's like, this gun doesn't work, and I'm just like, well, I am desperate because I've got this thing hunting me. And I'll take a gun that doesn't work right, as a piece of security, and give it a chance over like, you know, nothing. And
I'm gonna establish an NPC. How do you feel about having won the gun off of someone in a game of cards, Or would you rather have like bought them for cheap?
I'd rather have.
Maybe you like did a favor, like you fixed someone's motorcycle and they were like, here, this is all I got.
I like the idea of a little bit more active choice. So I like the idea of it being like a trade. Like I didn't have any money and so I had to trade for it. But I do like the idea of like going to somebody. I love the idea of even going to like an arms merchant and being like, I need a gun. And they're like, no, like you can't afford anything here. And then finally them being like, fine, if you go do this thing for me, I'll give you this one. Right.
It's actually, I like this a lot. There's actually a mechanic in this game. I don't like dealing with money in games. I think I just don't like it. It has its place. That place is not in Gun and Slinger. You always have like enough currency to like stay up on ammo, have a nice meal, and pay for a place to sleep. But for the most part, commerce is done through trade and favors.
Yeah.
So this story of you going to an arms dealer and then being like, I'll give you this gun if you go get rid of those ghosts for me.
Yeah.
Is really good.
Yeah.
I want you to write down an NPC name. The merchant is Micah Plathmore. MICAPLATHMORE.
Another thing that I like our backstory kind of leans into a mechanic of this game where the gun cannot be fired unless both of us agree to it. So I think like that could be kind of a part of our backstory where people are like, this gun doesn't work. It's a gun, but it won't shoot. And it's because I'm like, I'm not letting you fire me. And then maybe like you were the first person that I'm like, oh shit, like fucking let's go. Like I'll let you, like you're cool. Like shoot me.
Well, I even wonder if it's like even the initial discovery of this is almost maybe a moment of desperation on my part, and I'm just like, please, 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 and you're like, oh, thank you, finally someone asked. Like I'm not even aware.
Oh my god,
it's a thing yet.
Oh, I love that. Like,
what if that's the first? What if that's the first time y'all talked too? Like that's the first time that the gun responded. It's like, oh yeah, since you asked.
Oh my god! Like, please work.
How long have y'all wandered together? Like a month, a week, a year?
What do you think, Tony?
I like some time between. I think between 6 months and a year feels good. I could go up to a few years though, probably without much.
Let's do just like 8 months.
Yeah, let's do like we're like. Do you want to be like familiar but still not?
Yeah,
used to each other. Like
I like that. Yeah, that's kind of the that feel is like, okay, we spent all of our time together for the last 8 months. But
it's your first time roommates.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the vibe.
And we're coming up on the first. Like we're far enough into the end of the first year where we're trying to have to decide if we want to continue to be roommates or not.
Yeah, it's like the leases, like the lease renewals coming up, and we're like, God, like, do we? Like, we're actually like really thinking about it.
What do you two disagree about?
I mean, I guess maybe like what like if I'm all about healing, if I'm all about like preservation, right? Do you think we kind of butt heads about that, about like what needs to be done and what needs to be maybe killed?
I don't even like my character. I definitely envision them as I run away from stuff thing. I love the idea of you being like, let's get involved. And I'm like, I mean, I love the idea of disagreeing about what should happen, but I love the idea of it being like, you're like, let's help here. And I'm just like, no. It will draw attention. That is a bad idea. We should not do that.
I'm all for that. I actually like love being a proactive gun.
Yeah.
Cause it's like my favorite thing to be like, Slinger, fucking go. You know, it's like, I'm a gun, you are my legs,
right?
You know, kind of thing.
I mean, like
I can move around, but I can't like
around.
Negotiate between two different you know what I mean? Like I can't be like.
I really like that the gun can move around, but it's like but it's grabbing onto a point and like pulling yourself.
Yeah. And we've kind of established that like maybe that's like weird, like that'd be socially unacceptable for me.
If your gun just flew across the room and into the back of someone's head of its own volition.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Last question. How does sharing each other's thoughts feel?
Oh,
because the gun can speak, but y'all two can also just talk in your brain space. How does it feel?
I think it's probably like, so I think it's weird for me because I think I'm like, because kind of going into the idea of like of advanced AI, something that is like, I'm like, oh, I'm my own system. You know what I mean? And maybe even like thoughts is a little strange to me. Like if sentience is new, on top of it, then it's like, I'm like, hey, I'm not used to this body and how I function fully. And you being in here is weirder, you know?
Yeah. I like that. I don't know. Like, I think that, I think it is probably mildly I do like the idea that there's a lot of out loud conversations when no one else is around, and like a sense of hesitancy to just be like, we don't have to talk, but we do because it just feels slightly more normal than being in each other's brains.
Right. So it's like a general awkwardness.
Right.
Yeah.
It's very, very much I feel like the vibe is kind of like,
it's like slipping
you just got your friends, or you just made this new friend and you got their AIM tag.
Yeah.
And it's like, I have access to message this person at any time.
No, yeah, it's yeah, that's exactly how I feel like it
very,
too. It's
very
like,
awkward.
Right. It's like we haven't done it. Yeah, like we're like, oh, we're new to DMing each other.
So yeah,
you know?
it's yeah. For me, it's people are always like, oh man, I didn't want to message you super late, and I'm like, I mean, if you just message me super late and I don't want to answer, I just won't answer it. Like, and they're like, whoa,
yeah, I'll read it when I wake up.
But no, I love that. Yeah, still feeling each other out, and just being like, no, I'd rather just do the normal thing of talking.
We have two absolute socially awkward nervous wrecks here, and I'm excited for you dweebs to get in trouble.
Yeah.
So that is the world setup. We just need to get y'all's characters made. There's a bunch of mechanic stuff in here that, for the sake of time, I'm not going to go into. If the viewers are interested, they can go check out the game. bytes.rip/GNS. Wow, look at that.
Or this link right here, and I just dropped it in chat. It's also in the descriptions of the videos too.
Yeah.
Bada boom. And we'll go over like these mechanics if they come up during play. But what we need to do right now is just get y'all's characters actually made. What we can probably do is, I mean, I don't know how much y'all have looked at the character sheet and like thought on it, but we are at a little over an hour in, so we could like take a break, fill out the character sheets, come back, introduce the characters, and get to the adventure. Or we can talk through the character stuff right here on stream. That's up to y'all. Just wanted to suggest it.
I mean, I've got mine mostly filled out, I think. So I'm fine either way, I guess is what I'm saying.
Cool. Vid, how you feel?
I've picked most of the things except for like my rune. Or my rune. So yeah, I'm pretty good.
Okay, cool. Well, then who wants to go first and introduce your character? I feel like we just start at the top left of the character sheet and just go through each column.
I can.
Yeah, because
cool.
I'm so
for it. Let me get to the slinger sheet. All right, Tony, tell us about your slinger.
So my character's name is Severin. They have he/them pronouns. For look, I wrote hirsute and hungry, which for anybody watching out there, hirsute is essentially hairy and hungry.
What was your name again? I missed it.
Severin.
Sevrin.
That works, yeah.
Okay.
I trinket. We established I have this this S single letter type piece that heats up. For moves, I choose one and I use it adding a twist, and I chose Now You Don't.
We're getting a lot of background audio from you, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
I pull the twist close, gathering it and shifting it, shifting my form into something unseen. And so, and then for stats, I've chosen to put. Oh wait, did you want to do column by column?
That's it. Yeah, you just did the first column.
Cool.
So next up is stats.
So stats, I've assigned 2, 1, and 0 each. I put 2. I've been around. 1 light on my toes, and 0 and good in a fight.
That feels right.
Harm, I don't have to do anything.
Yep. No harm, no scrapes, no major injuries.
Okay.
The twist touched you by making you that weird monster thingy.
Right. And then
we've
an ancient word is etched into my mind. What is it? Some of the ones provided are guidance, hiding, courage, fear, rage, hope. This word reflects, predicts, and aids you. Used by gaining 1 twist. The use's form is mutable and determined when used. I mean, given the things I've chosen, hiding and fear both jump out at me. I think based on the conversation, fear, like that essentially I feel like a living flight response in a lot. So
here's a question, and I'm just bringing this up because I want to like. I really like to talk about characters in this way, which is why the game's written how it is.
Yeah.
Do you want that word to be reflective of the surface you, or like the deeper you, or like the you who you want to be? Because if it's like the surface you, the you of the now, then yeah, fear absolutely sounds like it. But it could also be courage, and you can then use that to like aid you in moments. You can be like, I'm gonna take a twist and use my courage to get some bonuses and to push past this thing.
Yeah. I actually think like at the core, I actually like that my character, whoever they used to be before they became who they are now, was not a fearful person. But that at their core that has shifted, and that I don't know if you necessarily even know that it's like can never confront anything, but that fear is an omnipresent thing to them.
It definitely makes sense given like how you've described some aspects of the character.
Like I love the idea that whatever we agree to shoot, like my eyes are closed and I'm looking away, and I'm like, I don't even want to know what's gonna happen here. You know, like I do like the idea of this incredibly hesitant individual who's been thrust into these things.
Cool. So, yeah. I just wanted to make sure we talked about that, because that flavors the character differently.
Right. Yeah. I thought about that, and I thought like hiding is more of like a just get by type thing, and that kind of makes sense also. But I actually like more as a full like fear embracing moment.
Awesome. What's your sense? Weather, magic, or evil?
I have sense for weather marked. I think sense for evil is also very interesting, given that like I don't know what mechanical or how this kind of manifests, if it's just a narrative piece or how it pulls in. But sense for weather, almost like with the needing to eat flowers and stuff, like almost like tracking the like weather movements around the planet and finding the place where like I can survive, felt good. But I also like sense of evil from a standpoint of I'm gonna stay away from that area.
That would also like if you constantly had a sense for evil, wouldn't you just be absolutely riddled with anxiety all of the time?
Yeah. So let's do sense for weather.
Sense for weather? Okay.
Do I still have a lot of noise coming in?
I will say this. I've heard it a few times. It is every once in a while. It's like almost like your audio levels will just like boo up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me know if that happens, because I've been having some hardware issues.
So usually it lasts maybe like 3 to 5 seconds, then drops back out. And so far it's only been like I notice it. And usually when you start talking, it'll just drop back down right away.
Okay, cool. Let me know if it gets bad though.
It's really funny because my mic does the opposite. If I'm quiet for too long, the audio will completely duck out until I've talked for a few seconds.
Yikes.
Yeah. I usually don't notice it because I never shut the fuck up. Vid, tell us about your gun.
All right. My gun's name. Actually, I think I have a better name.
Are you gonna do like a? Do you want to hit me with like a really long name?
Oh,
I have a couple of very long names written.
Oh, actually,
adventure.
I actually do. So like, I thought a little bit more about the origins of like who I was, and I like because I think like peace and healing and stuff. Like I wanted to focus in on like what it is, so it's a little bit more like focus, like. And I think I was an AI that was meant to work like a greenery. Like I'm a agriculture. I'm like an agricultural AI. So like to me, I'm like, oh, I like take care of people. It's meant I care for plants and vegetables and fruit. Like without me, these things would die, and I know how to take care of them and all the ingredients. And I'm like, and so I was like maybe sent to Earth. So it's like, or not Earth. I was sent to our planet to like help with that, right? Like, hey, here, like use this, and you can grow better crops and things. So I wanted like my name to be like, I don't know, like what is it? Like it's just like a big serial number, like of like what I am. Right?
I was already like, it'd be so funny if you were a serial number. Like I love.
Yeah. Like agricultural, like.
Hang on. Let me type some words out real quick.
.exe and so.
Yeah, like like what is it? Artificial calculating agricultural.
I want it to be a backronym, right?
I know, like, that's the problem. Is you got to think of the thing. What about like? I don't know what. Fucking.
All right, I got it.
Yeah. Let me think.
Agricultural Caretaker Initiative Mark 1.
Agricultural Caretaker.
ASIMO.
ASIMO.
ACIMO.
ACIMO.
William says, what about Centaur?
That's pretty cool.
Oh, that's also just a really good name.
Centaur is just a good name for a gun. Centaur sounds like a gun that would absolutely fuck you up.
Ooh. I'm not gonna lie, Nevyn. Centaur's really feeling it.
Do Centaur. Fuck it.
Yeah.
What are your pronouns?
I'm going she, her.
Hell yes.
This game.
All right.
Every day I'm coming down from space to kick it and grow plants. Yeah. So my form, I think I just want like a lever action rifle. I just love that gun. But I think the thing that's like weird is, again, to kind of go with like I like care for plants and things like that. I think I say plants, but I'm gonna talk about a bunch of animalistic things. I want like kind of reactive scales or feathers, so like I kind of have like they're maybe like smooth when you like hold it or just look at me, but they'll like kind of flare up, kind of ripple based on kind of emotion and maybe when I speak or
some real remnant from the ashes type shit.
Honestly, yeah. Like when I get scared, like when I'm scared or angry, like all my like it all just kind of like fluts up. But I think it like molds around the hand, so like they never like, or like maybe not, they like cradle, never, right? Yeah, they like cradle. So you're like, I don't know, Tony, you could maybe even like pet me to like. So be like, hey, calm down, and I'm like, like, okay.
I mean, you could certainly even, I think cradle around the hand even works with a rifle. I mean, even though you typically butt, I mean, like, if for a single shot, though you never would, you can extend a rifle out and try to point it at something.
Right.
That's how you know you're cool.
That's how you know you're cool. / the rifle is really sentient, alive, and in charge.
Right.
And so. But I love the contrast of animalisms that our two characters are presenting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is very, very cool.
That's what I wanted. I say like scales and feathers, but I think they maybe like look a little bit like leaves, but they react like feathers on a bird. So yeah, I'm enjoying it.
All right, tell us what you're an agent of. Tell us about your stats, your rune.
And
that should be it for you.
I'm an agent of peace. And what I can do is I surround someone or something with a protective magic. And then my stats. So my stats are I'm an embodiment of magic, sharp for a gun, or just a little bit mean. And I think, actually, I'm going to swap these around. But I'm 2. So I have a 2 in embodiment of magic. I'm going to say 0 for sharp for a gun and 1 for just a little bit mean. Because I think initially I had 1 for sharp for a gun and 0, but I like that I'm the assertive one, so I think I need to be just a little bit mean.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. And then my rune, so there is like a rune for protection and peace, but I thought that was overlapping a little too much, so I went with presence and prosperity.
I love that.
Yeah, so that's that kind of guides my magic use and my connection to magic. Yeah, and I got limited magic use, and I can blink, as Nevyn had mentioned before. I can move by myself.
I just want to read the mechanic for blink. It's I'm really proud of this. You can also move by blinking, which is not always accurate. To blink, flip the deck's top card. Its value determines how many feet you can teleport.
Yeah.
It's like, I need to get over there. It's like 20 feet away. Well, I got a 5. That's some of the way, I guess.
That's a little bit.
Just
hopping around.
That is it. We have our characters. We have our world. And by all measures, we are ready to jump into it. There's 4 more questions that I have for y'all that are specific to our adventure.
Yeah.
Do we want to take a break, come back, and then really get into it? Or do we want to go over this, take a break, and I can kind of like think a little bit about them?
Let's give you some time to think. I think
Let's give you some time,
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And then we can jump right in.
Because I also am going to have to call apparently the pizza people.
You're going to have to yell at some pizza.
I'm going to have to call new Papa John, Step Papa John, and and find out what's going on.
Cool. In that case, let's go ahead and do this last little bit, and then we'll take the break. A sword that cut the world in twain. A Gun and Slinger adventure for +1 XP. There exists in your world a massive sword, miles high and dug into the earth. They say the gods once used it to rend evil apart and wrest villainy from the twist, but now it only serves as a reminder of how great we once were. The massive scar it leaves on the land divides it in half, with some parts leaking twisted energy. Some say it made things worse, not better, but at this point, there's no way to know for sure. Something in the sword is calling to you. You are going to answer. Before starting your ascent to the top of the sword, set the stage by answering these questions. What strange technologies and magics are rumored to sleep within?
Ooh. Again, Chad, if you have any ideas, let us know.
Yeah, absolutely. Hit us with the
technologies
juice.
and magic are.
Do you think this is like an answer to something that like people need? Like it's rumored, right? So it's like, do you think it's like
think about like what people currently have?
Yeah.
Like magic already takes care of like healing and like repair work.
Right.
But what could they need? The answer is a lot of things.
Right. I even wonder if it is like, I mean, it's core to Vid, kind of your question for one of your questions for your character, but I also think it's one of the big things that's missing now. Like if you can make it to the top of the hilt,
yeah,
is there a way off this planet?
Ooh,
like some sort of transport.
Yeah.
I like Will's idea too. Like there could absolutely be rumored of fixing climate. I mean, there can be multiple rumors about it too.
I think maybe it is kind of like a this is a little catch-all, but I like maybe it's like a wish granting thing. It's like if you can make it off, it'll.
Oh, I love that. Listen, I like Stalker. I've played the game. I've watched the movie. A wish granter that absolutely won't turn it against you. Very good.
Yeah.
Wish granters that will turn it against you. Those are all over the place. No one cares about those anymore.
Mm-hmm. This one though, everyone on this planet's like, no, this one's not a monkey's paw. Cool. Next question. What horrors have been leaking from the sword into the surrounding area?
What? Sorry, could you? What is leaking?
Horrors.
Horrors. Okay.
Can like in horrors, I'm assuming can be very broad.
Absolutely.
So maybe there are these like waves of energy that come out of it sporadically that just make everything within it, that range of it, sharp and brittle. Like it essentially tries to sword the surrounding area. Like people, animals, like flowers get turned like sharp and brittle.
Oh, it's a sword generator.
Right.
I really like that because now I can really throw some shit at y'all during this adventure.
It's like, here you go, GM. Please.
Oh, thank you very much.
Fuck.
What is the thing that calls saying to you? We have the thing that hunts, and we also have the thing that calls. It can be saying like different things to both.
Yeah, I think for me specifically, I like the idea that it because we were also talking about like Tony, you mentioned like we're kind of searching for like at some point we were talking about like how common is the gun's sentience, and like we're kind of on the search for things that might be like me, which maybe can like lead into our like, you know, our season long arc of like how do we get me back?
Our maybe ongoing Gun and Slinger campaign,
of like finding things like me from the other planet, and maybe like we can figure out a way back. I think I'm being called by something that's saying like I'm like you, like I need help. You know what I mean?
Vid, yeah. You have given me a beautiful gift on this day.
Okay, cool.
This is wonderful.
Sorry, that was really roundabout, but basically, yeah, like I like.
I was gonna suggest that it's great.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, Tony's texting Papa John's.
Tony's texting.
No, sorry, that was another. It's a work emergency.
No worries. The Papa, he's in trouble.
Yeah, he isn't. He's
time to yell at Daddy John.
Daddy John's gonna get hurt.
I don't like Daddy John. Actually, I'm gonna veto that. I realize I said it. I breathed this into the world. I'm taking it back.
I want to like daddies. I don't want to dislike daddies. Daddy John is not a thing.
So what's the thing that calls saying to you?
Yeah. I do like the sense of like given. I think I like it promising safety to me. Like it's like essentially that if it's like that if I can get beyond all get through all the other things, like that there's safety somewhere inside here.
I really like this. I really like when a mysterious voice in our heads tells different people different things to try and goad them into coming. Absolutely trustworthy, and nothing can go wrong here.
Oh yeah.
So far, the only other voice inside my head that I've ever heard has been pretty okay for the last 8 months.
Right.
Yeah, so this one's got to be fine too, right?
Yeah.
This one makes sense. And especially if I'm also like, it sounds like me. It sounds like me. Like, I'm probably also like go to you into, you know, I'm like, no, we gotta go. We gotta like, trust it.
And I'm like, I mean, if we can figure out a good way to do that, sure. But I don't think we can.
Yeah.
Awesome. Last question. What do you hope to find at the top? I mean, I'm guessing like based on the rumors and what we've established, it's you're hoping to find the thing that you seek.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Awesome. So that's it. We are all set up.
Cool. Is 10 minutes good for y'all?
I can do 10 minutes.
I get you 10.
Is that good? Yeah, cool. So let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 15 till the hour. We are currently playing Gun and Slinger. It's a 2 to 3 player RPG set in a dead world where one of us is a sentient gun and the other one is the individual who slings said gun as long as they consent. And so we are going to be right back to play some more in about 10 minutes.
I'm so curious. How much time we got?
Well, I just took us live right as you asked that question. I mean, people can see us again. I can turn us off if you want to live in the shadows once more.
I never want to be perceived.
I mean,
I don't care.
This whole endeavor
we'll put the title back up. No one can see us; they can just hear us now.
Oh, that's worse. That's worse.
So I am drinking, and one of the reasons, like, it's dumb because Twitch doesn't care, but one of the reasons I'm not an affiliate, even though we could have been for a long time, is two things. One, they don't want you to drink on air, and that just seems...
Oh, that's interesting.
Like, it's not... They don't want you to drink alcohol, right? I mean, I don't... Right. And, like, that's not like it's a sacrifice, but it's also just, like, one of the... And it's like anybody out there who chooses not to drink, I enjoy and appreciate that choice that you're making. But, like, that's the thing. They also don't like it when you multicast, and... Just the randomness and the inconsistency with which they enforce those rules leads me to choose to say, well, then I don't want to play in that rule set. But once you're a partner, they don't care. And so, like, we're just cranking until we get big enough to be like, we want to go to You Don't Care world. We are playing Slinger and Gun. We're back here on +1 EXP. We want to catch people up on what's been going on. First of all, I am drinking... Line and Kugel Summer Shandy is the base of my beverage. And so you can barely hear me behind the title screen. I didn't forget that I just left the title screen up.
I can be perceived now.
Here we go. So that y'all can hear us better. Line and Kugel Summer Shandy, but I put it, which is a slightly lemony beer. But then I take Deep Eddy Lemon Vodka and I pour some of that in because Summer Shandies are also like 4% alcohol by volume, so you can drink them all day long. But if you put in a shot of vodka, then it's like 2 drinks. And so, but it also just amps up the lemon and the
shandy beer. Oh, I'm gonna have to get.
I'm gonna be honest. A single beer makes me take a nap. Like, I don't know what happened.
Nevyn's hearing you put a shot of something in, and he's like, "Whoa!"
Well, no, it's different. It's different with liquor.
It is different.
Liquor,
oh, okay.
Liquor. I'm like, all right, I'm feeling it. I'm vibing it.
So,
but if I have a beer, something tells my body you don't have to worry about anything anymore, and I fall asleep in my chair.
I was having the same problem, which was very curious to me. I did do some research because I've had to be like certified, TABC certified, because I was in Texas.
Hey, me too.
And carbon, but I still didn't know what the answer to this was because they don't cover it specifically. But carbonation does force the alcohol into your bloodstream faster, so you metabolize it quicker and it hits you differently than if hard liquor, which takes a little bit longer to absorb, but stays with you a little bit longer also too. So
that's interesting.
That's really
all kinds of interesting things. So, but yeah, so that's what I'm drinking. Papa John said that even though there was delivery information on my screen, they're like, "Oh, you just set that for pickup and carry out." And I said, "Oh, well, that's weird because it says picked up and has like it's trying to give me tracking information, but is not on my thing." And so I don't know what the disconnect is. And they were like, "Oh, well, give me your address to see if we can deliver it." I'm like, "I wouldn't have ordered from you if you couldn't deliver it." Like, I'm sure people do. I gave them my address and they're like, "Go send somebody out to drop off your 2-hour-old pizza right now." And so, anyways,
that's gonna get microwaved.
Papa John's actually has reheat instructions on the box, and
that's gonna get microwaved.
We have
in the oven.
We have one of the Ninja Foodie air fryer / toaster ovens, and so I'm big toaster. I grew up without a toaster oven. I'm a big toaster oven advocate. Especially in the summer.
I can't live without my toaster oven. It follows me from apartment to apartment.
In the summer with no AC in a house, no central AC in a house, it is essential to not have to turn on my stove. And so
I feel that.
And I do, even though they're not sponsors for this stream, highly recommend the Ninja Foodie air fryer / toaster oven for all your toaster oven needs. The next time you're looking for a toaster oven, please check out.
I see you reading. I see you reading.
I'd like to thank
for not being sponsored. You sure are.
I'd like to
making
thank
it sound
like you're... That's one of my hidden skills. I'm good at making anything sound like I'm marketing it.
Cool. Can you just run this game?
No, I can't. But I can sell this game, and so that's everybody go buy it right now. By the way, if you're just tuning in and you're like, what the hell is this? We're playing GandSGame by Nevyn Holmes. It's a phenomenal 2 to 3 player RPG where you play on a dead planet as a slinger and their sentient gun. We've just established what our dead planet is like, what our sentient gun is like, what our slinger is like for the last little bit, and now we're going to enter into play. It's an absolutely gorgeous book. I love a lot of the collaborators on this. Vid was one of them, and it's been absolutely fun to just get into the world building parts, and now we're going to get into the actual playing parts. If you just joined us, thank you for being here. You can check out the game at the link right below my face, or you can hit !twist for a chance to win a copy of your very own to hold in your hands. Also, if you're just joining us, if you've been with us for a while, feel free to let people know we're getting started again by tweeting out the Go Live tweet, or ttrpg.link/GandS will bring people right here or to the video later. So we were talking toasters, which also, go check out ttrpg.link/toaster.
I was waiting for it.
It won't take you. I wasn't thinking about it then. It won't take you to the ability to buy a Ninja Foodie air fryer toaster combo, but it will take you to an RPG called iToaster where you can play as a Ninja Foodie air fryer / toaster combo.
How different would Brave Little Toaster have been if like everything was branded? Like just all the product placement.
Oh my god.
I feel like in today's day and age, that would have been like
that would have been what it is. Yeah,
the move.
Yeah, the remake will absolutely be.
It's the coolest thing about that movie. Before we actually dive back into play, I promise, is like tracing the DNA of that movie into future Pixar products, because the creative, like people think it's a Disney movie. It's technically not, and technically Disney doesn't own it. Disney helps provide a lot of funding for it, but it was not a Disney creation. And the second two were, that's right, there are two more. But the team that worked on that went on to be founding members of Pixar. And so like there's a 113 jokes in it. The whole conceit and the conceit of Toy Story are the exact same concept, just appliances and toys. And so like you can trace a lot of the DNA out.
That's really cool.
You do, in order to enter it correctly, you have to be following. So if you're not following, go ahead and hit follow and then hit !twist. But Mr. Kapow, I will check for you real quick just to make sure, because I can do that. And I'm going to hand things back over to Nevyn to actually take us into the game.
I mean, if you want, we can just keep talking about toasters.
Yeah, we got some more time on stream, right? We're just gonna toast
we got like 2 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours on that.
Okay, but it's not gonna take that long. We did decide to speed run this giant tower that we have to go.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna.
It's gonna be
we're just gonna
5-minute run.
This is the part in AGDQ where you just like fiddle around in the starting area for like 20 minutes and then you just burst to the end.
Yeah. Oh, Aaron Lim asked the question: is the Pixar lamp in the Toasterverse? Why not? Why not? I can't wait for people to start. I would love for people to build stuff out in the Toasterverse. I'm a big fan of just letting people run rampant. Madeline Ember's opening adventure is adorable and gorgeous, also too. And so, go check out everything by Ember and Ash. And so,
okay, now we'll take the reins.
Now that I'm plugging other people's stuff.
Yeah. You can't. It's not allowed.
This is Nevyn's show.
No, I feel the thing that happens with me and Vid happening, where we just go on tangents and tangents and tangents. So, are y'all in playingcards.io? Are both of you in here?
I am.
Yes.
I'll even show everybody what we're looking at.
Yeah, absolutely do.
So they can, as soon as I get back over there.
So go ahead and just 4, 5. So both of you should draw 5 cards for your starting hand. And then make any pairs. Your pairs, when you make them, try and put them like, I don't know, figure out where your pairs are going to go and just keep them face down. Anytime you have 2 matching cards, same value, not same suit, you make a pair with them. First thing, they always make a pair, and pairs are what you use to make checks.
Okay, just to clarify, because I've used playingcards.io a couple of times, but I'm not savvy. If I pull them out into the public space, are they going to be face down or face up, or does it matter?
Let's find out. It'll place them face down.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. You can also. Oh, I just learned you can actually pair them in your hand. That's
yeah. You can stack cards in your hand now.
So just do that. Just always keep in mind your pairs, and how face cards work. Face cards all work differently. They do different things for different people. Wow, wow, wee, wow.
Okay, so for a dummy like me, first time playing the game, as well as for anybody out there watching who hasn't played yet, what are some of the things? You said pairs, said face cards. They're all a little different. I've got my quick reference here that Will Yobst beautifully created right in front of me. What are some general things we might be looking for, though?
The gist of the way that the gist of the resolution system is you try to do something that is difficult or uncertain or whatever. If I feel that it needs a check, I'm going to tell you. And before anything, you're going to play a little round of Go Fish. So, Tony, you will ask either myself or Vid if we have any threes. And we either do or we don't. If we do, we give you one of them. If we don't, then you draw a card. And then you make any pairs in your hand. Then I tell you how difficult the thing that you're trying to do is. This thing's very easy. It's a 5. There you go. You need to pay with a pair that plus a relevant stat if you have one equals or exceeds 5.
Okay.
There's a 2-player blackjack for doing things together, like shooting things. And then there are face moves. So all of the face cards do something different. And for our purposes, the ace also counts as a face card. Kings, if you pay with 1 king, it's an instant success. If you use a jack, you can draw 3 cards. If you pay with a pair of aces, it's a critical no matter what. Ooh. And there are some extra special questions that you can ask. And a queen is a wild card that you can pair with any other card in your hand, as long as it's not a face card. So if you have a queen, pair it with something as soon as you get it, or whenever you want to.
And as long as it's not another face card, does it matter what we pair it with particularly?
Not at all.
Hypothetically.
I saw your hand. I know what you got. You showed the world.
Yeah.
Y'all weren't supposed to be watching. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
you didn't say no screen share.
Y'all are ready to ask me for all of my good cards.
I'm glad that I immediately forgot what was in your hand.
I'm glad too. Apparently Nevyn is playing a different game though.
All I remembered was the queen and the 2 6s that you had.
It was gonna be like, I need you to make a DC 7 check. Or like a 9, right?
Then as the Maestro, I also have face moves, but they're different. My face moves don't let me just like win at a check or draw more cards. My face cards let me fuck with the players in a really cool way. And you'll learn about those when they happen.
Cool.
But for now, why don't we get started? Like actually, you know?
Yeah.
The camera opens on the 2 of you silhouetted against this massive, miles high, miles wide sword stuck into the ground.
I forgot. I did forget. Coming back, I'm cosplaying as the character on the cover, by the way.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
I gotta unbutton my shirt a little bit more. Hold on. All right. We're good now.
Good.
I love this.
Oh, Jesus. I don't have cosplay. This sucks. So the camera opens silhouetted with y'all silhouetted against this massive sword with just this weird aura around it and this strange energy crawling out of the planet's scar. As we established in the setup, you have been called here by some sort of voice that seems to be telling the 2 of you something different. I don't know how much communication y'all have done on that, but your goal here today is to get to the top.
Okay.
Since I was trying to deal with that work emergency, I'm going to say we haven't communicated a lot at all about it. Or maybe I've told Centaur what it's told me, and Centaur's just like, yep.
Oh wait, sorry Tony, I forgot to write down your name. So could you tell
Severin.
me? Severin.
And you were he, they?
He, they, yeah.
He, they. Thank you so
and
much.
Centaur is she, her?
She, her. Yeah. Cool. And I think I probably told you. I think like maybe you didn't tell me about your thing, but I feel like I was very excited.
Yeah, we did kind of establish that you were like, no, it's me. We gotta go.
It's another one of me. It's somebody from my home planet. You know, like, let's go. This is just the plot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. I'm just gonna say that out loud, and then we're gonna keep.
You nerd. What time of day do y'all think it is? When you like, let's say that you have just rode up, and you are making your way towards what you assume is the entrance at the point where the sword meets the earth.
Oh, I mean, I love the idea of sundown then.
Ooh, yeah.
Hell yeah. I'm going to play with this a little bit and establish a bit more. As it's sundown, when you are looking at the sword, there's actually a part roughly halfway up that you can see is completely transparent. As the sun is setting behind it, you see through this completely clear material what looks to be a city.
Oh, in the sword.
Inside the sword.
Okay. All right. I'm into this.
If I had to put a number on it, I would say it's roughly floors 4 through 8 that you can see.
If you had to put a number on it.
If I had to put a number on it, which I don't.
If this giant sword was divided into levels, let's call them.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay, good. 4 through 8. So I understand. So we can use the outside glitch where there's a jump pad where if we jump on it, if we jump on it and hit a wall, it shoots us up because the box is weird.
We got to run straight at the sharpest edge of the sword and hit it at just the right point.
So, I take it you'll just like ride up.
Yeah.
I like that I established that you're riding something. You could also be walking, but if you're riding, tell me about your motorcycle.
I mean, I like that it's a motorcycle. That feels fun. It is. I think it is like. I love the idea maybe that like hover motorcycles are normal in this world, but really cheap ones still are wheels, and the front hover went out, and so it's like hover in the back, wheel in the front.
Oh, I love that.
That's gotta feel weird to ride.
Do what?
That's gotta feel really weird to ride.
Yeah, like you've got really weird.
It's like a wheelbarrow, kind of.
It is kind of like a wheelbarrow.
Oh my god!
I may have put us in a wheelbarrow.
I love it though.
Sci-fi wheelbarrow, and yeah, it's got some saddlebags on the back. It's it looks well worn, and like the person who's been primarily caring for it has no idea what they're doing.
Because you don't.
But is willing to try things out until they work.
Cool.
All right.
So y'all make your way up to the entrance, and what you find really is, so this big sword is in the ground. There's a massive, as a reminder to those listening, the world is split into two because of something the sword did. Yeah. And here is where we kind of find our first obstacle. There's a few, like, you notice them before you get too close. You actually hear them first. It sounds like a lot of, you know, when you put a bunch of like miscellaneous metal things in a bag and you shake it?
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like that. Sounds like a lot of metal stuff kind of rubbing together and moving in weird ways. And then you see them, and it's these dog-like beasts that seem to be made of shards. Their 3 legs come to extremely sharp points on the ground, with all of their legs are like digitigrade legs, so they've got that like weird bendy thing going on,
Right.
And they're kind of just like patrolling, I guess, just moving back and forth. They don't seem to have noticed you yet, but they probably will soon.
Ooh.
What's the weather like, and what's it about to be like, since I can know that information?
It's pretty humid, and it might rain.
Excellent. Just what I was hoping for. I slow the hover bike down. Or the hover penny farthing, as Chad has told us it is. And
so much worse.
I think I'm just gonna go ahead and pull something out. I want to go ahead and use my move Now You Don't.
Oh.
Good plan. Good plan.
And slide gun off bike wherever gun is stowed, however gun is stowed. And like I slow it down to the point where you could walk next to it. And then we've already established this is something of a jerry-rigged bike. I've got a string that like helps hold down, like helps like in place of where the normal throttle would be. And so I just like slow it down. I want to turn invisible, and then I want to tie that string down somewhere lower so that it accelerates and like hover bike goes off into the distance.
Oh.
So you're kind of trying to, so you are going to turn invisible and then make the bike go in another direction kind of as like a distraction?
Correct.
Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and use your move first. So you'll need to mark a twist. And then I believe you you just pull it. Do you pull a card from the top of the deck for that one?
I believe that's a pull. Yeah. So it says pick a random card from the deck. Its value is the number of minutes you can turn invisible. You still make noise. If you draw a face card, put it at the bottom and redraw.
Okay, cool. So you can just draw from the top, and that'll be how many minutes you got.
Just in case, so when the twist track fills, you lose yourself to the twist, never to be freed. So I gotta just kind of monitor that. Is there anything that reduces twist?
Yes. You can reduce twist by spending time and like meditating on it and like cleansing yourself. You also go ahead and put the card like in the field.
Yeah. How do I flip?
You just click it.
Click on it.
It's an ace, so we're gonna put that at the bottom and redraw, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know how to put it to the bottom in playing cards.
I think
I can do it.
So there are various ways to clear twist. Resting is one of them, but also performing selfless acts is one. And you can spend singles from your it's braids. You spend braids to clear twist, but it takes a lot to do it.
Okay.
I think it's like 2 to 1. So you've drawn a 9, which means you are invisible for 9 minutes, which is pretty good considering the highest you can get is 10.
Right.
What I'm going to say is that by doing this, you have made because the goal behind this motorcycle maneuver that you're doing is to be a distraction, right? And to get them to go another direction.
Correct.
I think that this is just going to make that action easier, but it is still going to be a check to see if they fall for it.
Sure.
And how we are going to do this, I mean, what do you think any of your stats would be relevant to this check? Because the way this game works is the stats don't have a strict this is what they're for.
So I mean, this felt very much like this is probably not the first, like part of my jury rigging of this is the fact that I have been around a long time, right? So like I have a lot of these dumb kind of like they're not necessarily, none of them are strong moves, but they're the moves I've got and the moves I've learned over time.
You've done this before.
This is not my first time sending this bike off in the distance.
Would you say that you have been around?
I would say I've been around.
Okay, cool. So what's your bonus for I've been around?
It's 2.
2? Okay. So before I tell you how difficult this is going to be to do, you need to do a little go fishing.
All right.
You have to.
So many things I have to flip back and forth between. Everybody can be excited with me. I'm going to pop this out here, right? Or do I put this one in my hand?
Not yet.
But
you put that in the deck?
I would put this back.
I asked.
I'm playing Go Fish. I'm asking one of you guys.
Yes,
how that
exactly.
works.
You haven't gone fishing yet.
It's a weird one. I know. It takes some getting used to.
No, I love the idea. I like y'all have all seen mine. Y'all have all seen mine. Who should I ask? I'm just kidding. Nevyn.
Yeah, what?
Do you have any 5s?
I do not. Go Fish.
I forgot. Is there a hand limit? No. No. Okay, that's what I thought.
Hand limits are for games with metas.
All right, and
so I'm going to say this is actually fairly easy. It's on the easier end of involved. Our difficulty scale here is simple, involved, and complicated. I'm going to say that this is on the lower end of involved because you are still aiming a motorcycle without a pilot and saying go.
I don't care where it goes. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. I feel like there's a timing thing to it. So I'm going to say that this is like a 5.
Okay.
So you just have to pay with something that when you add your stat to it. So whatever +2 is 5 or greater.
Sure. And does it need to be a pair or just any card?
Has to be a pair. You have to pay with pairs.
Yeah. So if you don't have a pair, you can't act, essentially.
If you don't have a pair, you can still act, but it becomes a bargain instead of just a regular check.
This bottom part of the character sheet, excellent.
Mm-hmm.
The good news is I can act. And do aces need to be paired, or can they be paired with anything?
Aces get paired.
Aces get paired with aces.
Aces get paired with aces. Okay, so
Queen
is the only one that doesn't matter. It's okay.
Queen is the wild card.
Cool. So I'm going to use the pair I have then, which is this pair of aces.
Oh, if you want to drag cards that are stacked, hold the number. So it says 2. Same with the deck. Like if you want to move the full deck to put something under it, you grab the number on the side.
Cool.
And then it moves the whole thing.
I got a pair of 6s.
Awesome. You definitely do this, and you do so handily. Why don't you you succeeded at this. You're going to distract the weird blade dog things, and they're going to go off in their own direction. But I want you to describe to me how this looks. Like, how does it look when you do this and you get up to the door and you open it and get in?
So
what does the door look like?
Do we know what the door looks like, or are we deciding that?
Oh yeah, I forgot to describe the door. Duh. It is a very large, like ornate. The stone around this part of the sword is like carved with ridiculously intricate patterns. Like I'm talking fractals and paisleys and flowers and ivy growing up over all of it, all while there's like this purple pulsing energy seeping up from the wound and into it. The door itself is a very large rectangle kind of inlaid into the stonework of the sword. And you can tell that it's the door because it's just this plain rectangle where all of the patterns just stop and don't go in on it. And you can see a seam down the middle.
Excellent.
So I think like after you kind of do your whole maneuver, I just my feathers like ruffle, right? Like kind of like a shiver, and I'm like, clever thinking. I'm not looking forward to what's in there if that's what's guarding it.
I think we just gotta kind of stay to the side, figure out ways around problems instead of through problems. I think we'll be fine. And then I think I do something that you can decide how your character feels about, because I think it is a fairly common thing that I do, and that's that I use you as a poking stick to prod this.
That makes a lot of sense. Oh, I love that.
So you just like take Centaur and you go like up at like the door.
Yeah, I reach out invisibly, I think, still, and like poke at the door.
Oh my god.
Centaur, how does it feel when external sources of magic run through your body?
I think it feels. I want to say it almost feels like familiar, like as a thing of technology. It's almost like a surge of like energy and like power or something like that. Where I'm like it, kind of like static, like a static electricity kind of running through me.
Okay. Cool. You feel a lot of that as you come into contact and then begin to move through this door as if it's liquid.
Ooh.
So this stone begins to it glows very faintly around where you touch it, and you just continue to move through it. It's kind of like moving through Jello. So if you push through this, you're just kind of gonna move through Jello, I guess.
Ooh. I think I like.
Or do y'all like take a moment?
Yeah, I think maybe like it's like it. I feel like shock in like I say out loud, like verbally out loud. I go, whoa, like kind of. I don't know how you would react to that.
No, I'll pull you back. Like good, whoa, bad, what, whoa.
A lot of magic. Oh, that was strange, but I got through. It seems like you could go through it.
I'm gonna reach out and like stick my finger up on it.
You don't feel like the same kind of you don't feel the same kind of shock like all through your body, but when you touch one of those plasma balls, it feels like that. and the points like do glow a little bit.
Sweet.
Your hair kind of stands up a smidge.
Yeah, somebody asked earlier if I can tell that it's humid because my knee is hurting. No, I can tell because of the way all of my hair is responding all over my body. And so that's just a default thing. Anyone covered with hair can automatically tell when it's humid. And so so I'll push both. I'll walk us both through.
Yeah, cool. When you exit the other side, you feel like you should be wet, but you're not. Just because you've walked through this weird magic door. And it's actually very dark in here. There are no lights on this floor, and your steps seem to echo very, very far as you walk in. And it's very, very difficult to see. So much so that I'm not going to describe the environment.
Yeah. I'm just double checking. No, I have no way to light the way, basically.
I mean, you have magic.
I do have magic, but I was going to see if you maybe...
So I think one of my questions is it assumed that like if I'm like I've got blah blah blah, like there's not necessarily an inventory mechanic on the character sheet. So is it like small reasonable things are fine, bigger narrative things matter?
I think it's very
like
safe.
Do you have like a kerosene lantern or something like that on
I think it's very safe to assume that you have a number of mundane tools. Okay. It's not until you get into things that are maybe like a bit wilder, like, oh, I have a Gatling gun. Like that would be a bit much.
Sure.
But it's very safe to assume you've got like a lantern, some torches or something like that. Since y'all have been adventuring for 8 months now, it's also, you could have like a little magic trinket that does something too.
No, I guess actually here's my other, I think here's the more interesting question for me. Does my somewhat bestial nature allow me to see better in low light?
Ooh.
You did say that the bestial nature was it kind of leaned towards like primate.
It leans towards primate, but it also leans towards like it leans definitely towards like I am a prey individual, not a predator individual. And so I don't know how we would want to I don't know which one of those things matters.
Interesting.
I feel like it's very interesting if it's like yes you do, but it's a here's a pitch. What if the more scared
my character has dark vision?
What if the more scared you are, or like the more in danger you feel, the more of those
I love that
animalistic sides kind of come up.
I love that. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, so I think it's still probably that there are a good number of shadows and dark spaces in here. But yes, I'm in giant sword that turns things into brittle glass with giant dogs that we just got past. I think fear is high, but probably not at like anything near panic level. And so yeah, I like the idea that it maybe just be as simple as I've got a belt buckle that I tap and it like lights like it's a flashlight, and it lights up the area.
Oh,
Right
I love that.
That's great. I like that a lot. What you see on this first floor is very much, as you're looking around, you're seeing everything has like an inch of dust on it. And every step you take sends up like plumes of this dust up into the air, just puff, poof, poof. And the air is very, very still. The kind of stillness that makes you hyper aware of every movement that you make. And as you look around, you see perfectly pristine, except for the dust, temple work. It looks like this particular place was like a place of worship. There are a lot of statues lining the walls. There are basins that used to have water in them. Some may still have water, and it's probably gross. Lots of places where tribute or, dedications and offerings and stuff like that were placed, varying in front of these statues. Lots of all the stonework in here is a polished white, like a marble, with like some purple or some gold running through it. And there's lots of drapery that is this very verdant green.
Ooh. You say it's pristine but dusty, so it's like untouched.
Completely untouched for
everything is
hundreds
intact
of years,
except for tons of dust all over the place.
Yes. If there's like food, it's probably rotted.
Yeah.
But like the drapes are not like moth-eaten or anything.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I moved my bandana / scarf up over my mouth. I don't want to breathe any of this dust in.
Right.
It's got that old dust.
Got that old dust. It's that old dust. If it was new dust, I'd be happy to.
Yeah,
but it's old dust.
He just has his own problems.
So
everything's
wrapped in plastic. It's true.
There's like a couch with a really uncomfortable upholstery.
Yeah.
There's three aunties up at the front of the room, and it's statuary up in the front of the room of 3 aunties.
Right.
Perfect. So what do y'all do?
I kind of want to get a sense of the place. I know that's kind of vague, but I want to like maybe connect like with like because I have a rune of presence and prosperity. So I thought like it would be interesting to kind of lean into the presence aspect and see like maybe if I can get like a feel for what is not seen, if you kind of get what I mean.
Absolutely, yes, you can do that.
Okay. Cool.
Remind me, so your connection should actually be at 10 because yours.
Oh, right, I go down.
Yeah, connection goes down. Do you have to spend connection to use the rune in that way? I don't.
I don't know if it's in. Let me check. Because I'm not entirely sure. I think I had to spend connection to use it, but
you spend connection to do magic in general, and the rune shapes your magic. So yes, you're gonna spend a connection for this, and at the start of the game, your connection is limited, so it can really only do small things. But thankfully, that's all you're gonna need here.
Yeah.
Because I can tell you, yes, there is definitely presence stuff going on here.
Oh my god.
I actually think you get, as soon as you start to reach out, as these faint steps like echo through the floor, and the dust begins to move, and you focus and reach out, you almost instantly, there are other beings here. There are ghosts here. This place is haunted. Haunted like you would not believe. You don't see any. You don't hear any, but you feel them, and they feel you.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. Because we're mentally connected, are we aware of what each other are experiencing and sensing?
I think if I can jump into this, I think because of how we explain the nature of how we talk to each other mentally, I think we have to still communicate it.
I think basically that's probably an option that we could be employing that we're just not.
We're just not. Yeah, we're still like
this might make life better, but we're not going to do it.
Yeah, we still want our privacy.
I do.
Once again, it's this roommate situation of like we keep our rooms closed, but we'll enter the common space.
Right.
I do want to clarify, by the way, in Gun Slinger, in the canon parts of the setting, ghosts are real. Mm-hmm. Ghosts are real and a normal aspect of life. Ghosts are people, and it's important to realize.
Okay.
But these are ghosts that have been here for hundreds of years and haven't left.
Okay.
And there's a lot of them. Some might say a city's worth.
Yeah, so Tony, sorry, there's gonna be a siren coming.
That's how the ghosts sound.
Yeah. Moving to Brooklyn was great, except for the fact that I live in Brooklyn. So Tony, like, I think again, like, I'm gonna be describing how my feathers ruffle constantly throughout this, but like they stick out like entirely on end, I think. Like you kind of hear me in your head again, like that kind of apprehensive, like, hey, we're very much not alone. There are a ton of ghosts here, old ghosts. And I'm gonna ask Nevyn, like, is that mostly the vibe? Like, I don't think I got. You didn't say that I got like a hostile vibe from them.
Yeah, there's no like inherent aggression.
Sure. But I think I would know. I would like because I was thinking about saying like. I feel like you tread like I was like so. There's tread with reverence.
Yeah, me, right? I think we see like Severin, like we actually literally see the hairs on the back of their necks stand up. And yeah, like probably the room brightens from their perspective significantly.
Perfect.
Mostly just from the standpoint of like, oh well, I just realized I'm standing in a room full of people, not, and I thought we were alone more than anything else. Like, and so
I wonder if. I feel like you would then like when leaning into that aspect of like when you are more afraid, like all of those things kind of go into overdrive. I think that does in turn give you like some semblance of it. You know how there's like that no smell thing, right, but there's that synesthesia of it. I think you can probably maybe see some trails.
Oh yeah, I love it. I can smell the I can smell the ectoplasmic vapor in the air as they trail across the room.
Mm-hmm. Lots of just wisps of like this pale green.
Sure. I want to figure out. I guess. So are they upset? Do we need to go back out with the blade dogs?
You definitely. I wanted to say that the emotional vibe you get is every single emotion.
Ooh,
there's no like consensus here. It's not like all of these people were wronged and are pissed about it. It's more like they each have different opinions as to what happened and how they feel about it.
Oh, perfect. Then I think I'm going to be like, no. Well, how do I guess the best way to put it is they're existing. Like everyone's got a different opinion. Like I think like in to me at least, I'm like, we've walked into their city, right? It's like if we like walk into like a city, you're gonna have so many different people with like just surrounded by them. Okay. It's like we walked into an invisible city, basically, is what I say.
The temple of the invisible city.
Is there right. Is there like a main? You said there's lots of like altars and altarware around. Is there like a main one, a big one?
Yes. So as you're kind of exploring this area, there's on this floor of the temple, it's a lot of statues of people who seem to be mythologized tropes, I guess would be the way to put it. So like when you said there's a statue of aunties, like yeah, there's a statue of the auntie here.
Right.
There's a statue of a father, a mother, a parent. This area is very much statues of the types of people that are in our lives.
Okay.
The central statue, however, seems to be a replica of the sword.
Oh, interesting.
Exciting.
And it's very much like this pristine sword. There's actually no dust on this one. Standing straight up and down in a bed of flowers. And some of these flowers glow and move in strange ways. There are a few flowers that have like these wispy orbs kind of encased in very delicate petals.
I'm gonna
go munch on one.
I'm gonna walk casually, towards the the giant, only non-dusty, glowy flower spot in the room,
right
at the head of the central altar, and like there's an evident like I think it's also interesting to think about how the gun experiences my like you can probably feel like heart beating faster.
Okay, yeah.
And then that switching to more of a like there's very few times I think that I move in a very assertive way, and food is like one of those times. And so like there's this kind of like immediate gravitation and certainty to move towards those flowers as my already increased heart rate kind of hits a different tempo. And like probably you could gently hear the licking of my lips as I look at these things over mildly fanged teeth.
You gonna get one? You gonna munch one? You can do a little snackerino.
I think I feel like I feel like it'd be funny if I'm like, this isn't the time, buddy. Like just kind of like quietly like, are you hungry? Like there's stuff to do. You good? Like kind of just like asking.
I mean,
worried.
What if it's like take a penny, leave a penny? I love
you
giving.
Can do that.
That's so good.
Totally,
no, I
like
love
do whatever.
I absolutely. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's an idea I love that I think would have been something we would have figured out like within weeks of me picking you up, and that is especially given your nature and what I eat. Like I just carry a crap ton of seeds around with me because at any point I need flowers.
Oh,
like,
I love that.
You can just age them into being flowers. Like I don't need to keep flowers with me.
Oh, that's really good. Yeah.
You can just bloom them. And so I think like, yeah, I like pick out like 3 or 4 incredibly choice, unique looking flowers. And I'm like munching them while reaching into my hand, like while reaching into my pouch and like sprinkling some of these seeds down.
Right.
In the spots where I picked them up.
Oh, that's really interesting. Is there anything that we can tell about these flowers, like the ones that naturally grew here? Like, are they strange? Are they unique?
They're absolutely weird.
I mean, you described them, but to me, I was like, that's weird. But is it weird for us or?
Yeah, I would say that a few of these are definitely weird for y'all. Like there's weird flowers in the world in general.
Yeah.
But there's definitely some of these that are weird even by those standards.
Okay, I love that. Yeah, I think I'm like, all right. I mean, let's hope they appreciate this. I mean, these are. I don't know if you should maybe eat this.
Like,
smash cut to full flower in the mouth.
That's something to consider.
It's so good.
Cool, great. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think you just do that. I don't really think there's much of a reaction. You munch on some flowers. Everything seems fine for now. Is there anything else you want to check out on this floor? Do you want to move up? Like,
I mean,
is there
is
there any way to converse with the ghosts?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, cool. Because I would like to do that. I think like as we're kind of getting a lay of the stuff and being like, maybe while you're just munching and I'm like kind of anxiously like waiting for something horrible to go wrong, I might be like, I might reach out to some of the ghosts. I might be like, hey, hello, sorry for coming in.
Yeah, real
I hope
sorry.
this is okay. Yeah, I hope this is okay. Hey, Ghosties, it's your boy.
Shame day. Yeah, I think that you like focus for a second, just kind of thinking on, that desire to communicate with one of these beings, and I think one of them just manifests in front of you.
Nice.
I don't think. I'm trying to decide how much of a humanoid form this boy should have, and I think the answer is not much.
Like we can kind of, is it enough that we can tell it's supposed to be a humanoid? But
I think all you really get is like a will-o'-the-wisp style orb, that maybe like when it talks or when they talk, you can see facial features.
Ooh.
So I think they manifest and they say like, hello, weapon. Welcome to our home. And as they speak, you see a very gaunt face, with sunken eyes and like a ponytail.
Thank you for having us. I'm sorry if we are trespassing. I hope you will, like let us. I feel like I'm like paying respects, baby. I'm like, I hope you will let us traverse your halls.
It's a real nice place.
Tony, a prime example of combining character acting with needing to eat. So good. I think that they just say, of course, as long as you and your friend cause no trouble, I see no reason to wisp you away.
Ooh. What trouble is there to cause? I think is what I ask.
I don't really think they like have an answer for that.
That's perfect. Yeah.
I feel like if anything, they would say something to the effect of, if you have to ask, it's probably trouble.
Okay. All right.
You know what? I'm actually going to give you something for this.
Okay.
They say, as long as you're not meddling with the forces like our other visitors, I think things should be fine.
Ooh. How often do you get visitors? Or actually, yeah, no, I'm gonna ask that. I was thinking, like, I was like, would we know? And like, we probably do, but it'd be good to like ask somebody, like there's probably like rumors about like people who go there and don't come back or whatever, right? Because it's wish granting well, right? So
yeah, we've heard about people who haven't come back
for sure,
and apparently they might still be here.
I think visitors often, those who make it into our vicinity, those who actually enter, 1, 2 every 100 years or so. But most recently, well, I think it's very strange that we would have 2 batches of visitors make it in within weeks of each other.
This is somebody else here. Or possibly.
Who's to say, Vid?
All right, so let's fucking leave. No.
Bye.
So with that said, I look around on like the dust on the ground. Is there an obviously disturbed path?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a path. I mean, y'all kind of wandered a bunch, so there's that path.
Right.
But there's also, I'm not going to say that it looks like footprints because dust is dust and it sucks.
Right.
But there's definitely an area that's a little less dusty than the rest of it that kind of goes towards the stairs that lead up.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well,
do you want to leave anything?
Leave anything? Like as an offering?
I mean, I don't know. Like some seeds on, you know?
Yeah. You planted some seeds, right?
Yeah.
Damn, should I use another connection to make them grow? Give them.
I don't think you'd have to for this.
Yeah, something like just simple.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah.
Severin, what kind of flowers were they? What kind of flower seeds were those?
I think it is literally a mix. Like I like to kind of be a little surprised every single time. So it's like 20 different types of flower seeds.
Okay.
I mix together.
We'll say that they're all like mundane flowers.
Yeah.
So you've got like
I've got another pouch with my like really good flowers in it. I did not put those in. Like this is like
sunflowers, dandelions, crabgrass.
Right.
Because at some point you picked up some crabgrass seeds.
It wasn't on purpose, but it did happen.
And now you've just got crabgrass. It sometimes happens.
And I can never get rid of, like, every time I think I've gotten rid of all the crabgrass, there's still more. Yeah, this was definitely like I put in a couple bucks, not I dropped the 20s.
Right.
For sure. Okay. Yeah. I love that.
Centaur, when you bloom these flowers, they do look like they're, they mostly look like they're how they should. They mostly look like dandelions and sunflowers and crabgrass, but each of them comes out a little twisted.
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
Capital T twisted.
Capital T twisted.
And you hear me like licking my lips again as we see this. I'm like, oh, what's that?
Oh my god! I like. You can like feel me side eyeing you.
I feel
what I mean.
There's definitely like,
oh my god.
The mental equivalent of like when you slap a hand.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's like the physical equivalent. You're like bolt action, like just like.
Oh, that's pretty good. I like that.
That's pretty good. Just the lever just smacks the hand a little.
Like, so that's concerning, but I think I will still say, like, to the ghost, I'll be like, thank you for having us. We'll hopefully be in and out without any trouble. Here is a gift from the outside. Hopefully a welcome one.
Those ones are good. This one, just not as much.
Pointing at the crabgrass.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna come back in another 100 years. It's gonna be nothing but crabgrass.
Nothing but crabgrass. Y'all are talking from real experience.
That's right.
So like...
Awesome. So you leave that offering. The ghost doesn't even say bye. Just kind of like just voops in on itself and vanishes. And y'all go up to the next floor. Both the second and third floors of the sword are more temple. The first floor that y'all were just on is like figures of people in your life. The second floor is tradespeople. So there's statues of blacksmiths, musicians, artists, performers. If there's a trade, there's a statue here. And again, at the center of the room is another one of the swords in a flower bed. And the flowers here seem a bit better, a bit fancier than on the first floor. But other than that, it's much the same. You still feel the spooky ghosts.
These flowers are a little bit.
You gotta stop eating these.
More tender.
Yeah, we know there's something wrong with them.
What?
You gotta stop eating it.
Smash cut to the next floor, which is this floor, the third and final floor of the actual like temple area. These statues here are of well, it's a mix of things. It's public servants, it's politicians, and it's religious actors. So you have post office, there's a statue of the mailman, and there's a statue of the mayor, the governor, the senator, the statue of a king, and the statue of the pope, right? It's just that kind of equivalent. And you don't recognize most of these types of figures. These actually seem to be of specific people. And on their nameplates, there's like little placards in front of these that weren't in front of the others that are very much like, this is Mayor Jordy, Kentucky, famous for the thing he did.
Yeah. Famous for
and
Kentucky.
Things like that. Like these are the statues that are of specific people, and all of them are either public servants, politicians, or involved in religion or corporate work. The sword here, the statue here is, so it's the sword in the middle, but instead of a flower bed, it's actually stonework of hundreds of people holding the sword up.
Oh, well, that's not, I mean, you can't eat that. Like I like we're coming up the steps. You can feel me getting more and more excited about this next batch of flowers, and you can see like automatic like depression.
Like as soon as I go, I'm like, this is a good thing, right? Like you should stop eating these.
Hungry. I mean, maybe I wasn't gonna like these ones. I was thinking maybe we could just like we could leave a few, but maybe we could take a few. We could make them back into seeds, and then I could have them later.
Too bad it's people.
Too bad it's people.
I think
I say that. I go, too bad it's people.
You actually, ghost wise, there's actually significantly less on this floor. There's maybe a couple, and you can actually make out more specific emotions, anger, betrayal, disappointment, frustration with the self, frustration with the proletariat.
Right. Ooh. Okay.
Generally speaking, though, they're all pissed.
Do we see like, is there like a way out again, like the stairs?
Yeah,
is there
there's
like a clear
on every floor. There's stairs that go up and down.
Okay. All right. What do you think's going on over here?
I mean, not flowers. You said they're pissed?
Yeah. It feels worse.
Everybody downstairs is, I don't know, like, are they pissed at themselves?
I
mean, there's the whole city got destroyed.
Yeah, I guess this seems like that would be a problem. And it's still like pretty pristine, right? Like you were saying, it's just
dusty.
Dusty, right?
This floor is actually not dusty.
Oh.
It's weird. Like it's weird that like just everyone up and ghosted, right?
I mean, there's a lot of ghosts. Does that mean everyone's a ghost? I just assumed. I mean, like any place after a long enough time has lots of ghosts.
You're right.
Not necessarily. Right? There are probably a couple of ghost towns in the world, but ghosts aren't that common.
Oh, I just meant that over time more ghosts would accumulate.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like this could just, so you're like, this could just be really old and there's just an accumulation of ghosts.
Like maybe they send all the ghosts down here.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
You definitely don't get that vibe.
Okay.
This feels distinctly like they're all from around the same.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm like, I guess I'd be like, well, I mean, they all seem pretty. Like, I get this feeling that they all are aware of what happened here. Like, it's not like through the generations.
Oh, okay. But they didn't tell us. I mean, so
I guess so. Do we want to maybe talk to somebody again?
Oh, I mean, the ones downstairs seemed okay. These ones seem angry. Like, I mean, yeah, we already have permission to go up, and I feel like I don't know that we need to. We don't probably need to bother them.
Yeah,
you can see like the anticipation I had a moment ago is replaced by
your night vision gets greater
again.
And greater.
Right, yeah. You're like, I want to push on this. I want to be like, no, we're gonna do it.
You can just summon someone.
From a player standpoint.
Yeah, I want to ask.
I'm 100%. Yeah, me being anxious is giving you permission to poke forward. So,
cool. I just want to make sure. Yeah.
Yeah. No. I just clarifying on a player level. Yes. When you see the character becoming anxious, that is absolutely my weird way of sparking the hammer to give you permission to act.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm gonna
also say real quick. Something else that's different about this floor than the others that I forgot to mention is that there are still offerings at each of these statues, but it's not material good. It's not food or anything like that. They're all letters or pieces of writing.
Oh, interesting.
But not flowers. Like, I just want to, none of them.
There are no flowers on this floor.
Dang it.
You are without a snack. Okay, yeah. So you're like, I don't know, and I go. I think I just like pull out into the ether. You know, like
you just go, too bad.
Yeah, like a metaphysical knock on a door. You know.
Who do you get? Oh, I have to pull up my names. Hang on.
I mean, I loved, what was it, George Kentucky? That was
I love George Kentucky. Was a great
it was
Jordy, that on the list?
Geordie Kentucky.
Geordie Kentucky. Geordie Kentucky's even better. It's got way better meter.
Unfortunately, no. Geordie Kentucky was an all right guy. You are going to get. Oh, that's a good one. I didn't realize I had this name in here twice. Cool. Let's just get rid of one of those. Great. You are going to get Mason Bloom.
Ooh.
I don't think I mentioned.
That almost sounds like a flower.
Almost. So you do this metaphysical knock on a metaphysical door.
Yeah.
And where the last ghost that manifested for you was just kind of like an orb. Here you get a full body apparition of a older gentleman, kind of stocky, in a well-cut suit with a flower used. It's a bolo tie. It's a bolo tie with like a flower pin.
Okay.
And just very slicked back hair that would be gray or white, but it's a ghost, so it's like this pale green that's kind of wisping. Do me a favor and just for fun, draw a card.
All right.
Just Vid.
Ace.
Oh, great.
You die.
That's good for you. The lower the value, the angrier this person was going to be.
Oh, okay. So we got a great thing. Do you want me to put that on the bottom of the deck or discard it?
Go ahead and just put it back in the deck and shuffle it.
Okay.
So they get summoned and they're very like warm and very interested in you being here. They've got a very soft, welcoming voice. It's very practiced. And it's very much the vibe of like, "Why, hello there, newcomer. Welcome. What can I do for you on this fine day?"
I forgot if we, but like, there's definitely a connection between the ghost and like all of us. Like, we're kind of speaking out loud, so I just want to make sure it's severed.
No, you are. The ghost is speaking.
Yeah. Because I wasn't sure if that was clear with the last ghost. I think it was, but in my head I was just a little confused.
Yeah, no, I think it was clear.
Okay, cool. So Centaur's like, we spoke to some people downstairs about whether or not we were allowed to be here, and we were welcome here. If you would kindly to maybe inform us about what happened. I can feel a strong anger around you, around this place, with these offerings, and nobody's around.
But if you don't want to talk about it, that's okay also too. Like, you know.
It would be nice though if we could maybe get some answers.
Well, you're going to be looking for those answers for a while. It is not my place to inform on such things. I have nothing to tell you as what happened here other than it's the same thing that happens every town. They die.
With all due respect, not every town is built into the sword that sliced the earth.
Yeah, but we haven't been all the way up and down the sword. There could be other ones.
This to me, I can tell you that if you want to get any kind of answer from Mason, it's going to be a check.
Okay.
Do you want to make a check, or do you kind of just want to role play this out?
I want to make a check.
Cool.
Maybe I'll maybe we could role play a little bit more to just kind of hone in on what we're kind of the tone of it. You know what I mean? Because I don't know exactly
get like a specific ask. But right now, very much Mason is of the mind that they don't really have anything to say to you.
Okay, yeah.
It's a town. It was a town. Now it's a dead town. Now it's a ghost town.
Okay. Yeah. Then I think I'm going to push a little harder and say like, I've been traveling for a while now, and we've been. I turn back and point as if I'm a gun.
You point with one of your feathers, like points up.
Wink. Yeah. We've been traveling for several months now, and we've seen many places, and I've encountered ghosts before, but nothing at this magnitude. Also, like, there is rumors of a if we reach the top of your sword, then there's you could be granted a wish. And the top of your sword, something here is calling me.
At that, he like bursts out laughing. Wishes.
Yeah,
you'd be better off wishing it a well.
Oh, so. Oh, sorry, Tony.
I mean, someone told us. I mean, I'd heard like that. Also, I'd heard this was a safe place, but also you're all ghosts.
Sure, it's as safe as any other place.
But I kind of promised that it was maybe a safer place.
Yeah,
maybe you should be mindful of who you take promises from.
That's sound advice.
What are you two doing here, anyways?
Yeah, so this is where I'm gonna push. I'm gonna say, like, Mason, I would appreciate it if maybe you could tell me the history of this place. Tell me, like, why you are all ghosts. Like, where has everyone gone, and why you are ghosts?
Are you using any of your stats for this?
I think I'm being just a little bit mean.
If you're being just a little bit mean, I want you to say something a little bit mean. What you said was very polite.
It was very polite.
If you're gonna use just a little bit mean, I want you to be it. If you can word it in a way that's just a little bit mean, then great.
Okay.
Or if you can like describe that tone for me, but otherwise
I think I could describe the tone a little bit more, where it's more like intimidating. Where like I think like my words are kind, but I am gun, and I think maybe like Severin, you feel me
like shifting in an intimidating fashion.
Shifting, like try to get you to maybe like put me away, and then like my scales and like feathers kind of become sharp. They kind of point out like a part of me was like, maybe I could skew this conversation to be like an embodiment of magic. So I don't think I am, but like it is kind of that like, hey, like I am a different thing. I am a thing that could maybe I understand.
Is there any, just based on where we're at, is there any accusatory tone in what you're saying?
I think
that's really what I need to know.
I think I would be like, you got to tell me what's happening here.
Okay, cool.
I'm kind of like done with.
You're done with the bullshit?
I'm done with not knowing.
Great. So, go ahead and do a go fishy round.
All right, yeah.
Ask some questionerinos, friend.
Oh God, I wish I remembered what.
And I am gonna let you know.
I guess I shouldn't pop it back up so you can just automatically see what I have in my hand. I guess that should not.
I'm gonna Nevyn. Do you have an 8?
There you go.
Oh, thank God. All right. What's up?
So I am actually just considering who this person is and the nature of what you're doing. I am going to make this a complicated check.
Okay.
It is going to be a 10.
Can
you afford it?
I can actually, but I'll have to use my queen.
Excellent. Yeah. I wanted that to go wrong very badly.
Yes.
I could do it.
Cool. So let's go ahead and just slap that up in the discard pile. You definitely see Mason get bigger.
Oh, yeah.
Like they breathe in to, like, you know, when someone says some shit to you and you're just like,
yeah.
Whoo. They do one of those. And when they do that breathe in, they physically get larger. And they exhale. And Mason says to you, or Mason actually looks at Severin and says, you need to teach your tool some manners.
Ooh.
What happened here is something great and terrible all at the same time. We changed the world. We changed ourselves. We changed our fates. That's all I have to say to you. And then he vanishes.
Goddamn. Okay. All right.
Mason Bloom, a good guy. For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
For sure.
We'll never see them again. Like, it's fine. Do we need to talk to anybody else, or are we good? Do you want to?
I think I'm like kind of a little peeved. I'm like, all right, we gotta the faster we get through this, like I'm like, I just wanted answers, you know, like whatever.
As you two are, the word that comes to mind is bickering, but it's not really bickering to each other. It's bickering about Mason.
Yeah.
As you two are doing that, you hear an explosion down on the first floor as I play the first Joker to foreshadow the thing that hunts. So for those in the audience tonight, there is an ever-present threat in the world of Gun and Slinger called the Thing That Hunts. This is a tool for the Maestro to use to just bring some threat in and to escalate and to move things forward. It is very much, if this were a TV series, an encounter with the thing that hunts that ends in victory would be the season finale.
Okay, yeah.
But like throughout the series, they're constantly showing up and constantly causing trouble.
Okay.
So the thing that hunts is officially in play. In character, y'all don't know this, but you have heard a massive explosion down on the first floor.
That is probably enough to get Severin to not care a whole lot anymore about what's happening in this space and move immediately to the 4th floor and not really care a lot about what's on the 4th floor, even as we move into this actual city space.
Right.
Like,
yeah,
he is.
Yeah. No, I'm okay. I think like
he is tearing at a pretty good gallop. Yeah. And so
as you enter the 4th floor, I will go ahead and describe it.
Yeah.
And it very much is just like, y'all have been to ruins before and you've seen like golden age cities. This is the most golden age city that y'all have seen. And it is also in the best condition. Noticeably, through these residential floors, you don't really sense any ghosts. But that doesn't mean there's nothing here. I think as you're running, you definitely see a couple more of those blade dogs, as well as what seem to be, you catch glimpses of some automatons that are sticking up over the buildings. This 4th floor is very much like a residential suburb. And out through the massive transparent section, you can see that now the sun has gone down and the moon has come up. And long ago somebody left with the cup.
My God.
It's raining. It is like storming outside, and you can hear as the rain and hail hit the transparent stonework. You hear it echo inside as if you are like inside of an aquarium.
Oh, love it. So I think like as we're tearing through this level, it's like I start out running and it's kind of a lope, and then like as we see the other blade dogs, it gets a little bit more like gallopy, and then like when we see one of those first automatons peek over the top, there are like points at which Severin's hands hit the ground at the same time as like
you're like running on all fours.
Their feet, like not consistently, but yeah, there are numerous moments where like I'm hitting the wall with all fours or the ground with all fours and taking a real sharp turn to speed up.
This sounds to me like a check.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I think in order for you to like make it through this floor without getting caught, it's definitely going to be a check, and I think it's going to be a very difficult one.
Sure.
I'll go ahead and say that outright, just because it's Severin and there's a lot of these things here. That's mainly why it's difficult.
Yeah,
it's a lot of these, and it's a big floor. Like, remember, it's miles wide.
Right.
Yeah. It's because Nevyn wants to see us fail.
I want y'all to fight something.
Yes, fair. That's also.
I love how we set the conceit of this up as we're gonna fight something, and then we picked the cowardly thief in the friendly druid character.
I should have been a Gatling gun.
You should have been a Gatling gun. Maybe later. maybe you'll transform over time. Who knows? Into a seed Gatling. So a couple things. So I'm gonna have to go fish first, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna put it up so people can see what I'm doing. So I'm gonna go fish here. Oh, no, go fish.
Don't draw.
That's not draw. That's not what I want to do.
You haven't gone fishing yet.
And so 8s are unlikely. Since everybody can see what I have. Vid, do you have any aces?
I do not. Go fish.
Boom. Boom. Everybody can be excited together for that. How about some aces?
Ooh.
Oh, perfect.
You fucking do it.
Hell
We're
yeah.
too good.
So when you...
By the way, for those of you watching, like, we should probably, like, there's not the same, like, I just rolled a nat 20 reaction, but hey, like, that's equivalently what
That's a crit,
happened.
yeah.
So
yeah,
let's go back and be like, oh, how about some aces? Whoa!
Whoa!
What?
We can
Oh
fix
my
it
god!
So what's cool about aces? Let me go ahead and read the face move for aces real quick. A symbol that's always good to have up your sleeve. Paying with one is a major success with an extra effect. So you get to pick one of these three. You gain extra insight, pose a question to the table, and collaboratively answer. You gain or maintain the upper hand, determined collectively, or your result improves remarkably. So you get to pick one of those three things because you paid with a pair of aces.
All right. So I think I'm drawn to the first one in the last one first and foremost. Like, I remember the second one was result retrieves, and we did talk about speed running. So at default, it feels fun to have maybe gotten up 2 levels in this mad insane sprint or whatever.
I think that would be a good move.
But then the other option, what was the first one?
You gain extra insight, pose a question to the table, and collaboratively answer.
That one narratively feels far more satisfying, but I'm good with both of those. Vid, do you have a way that you would love to see that go down more?
Ooh. The insight one is like pretty interesting.
Oh, it's always fun.
Yeah. I like it is. I like as much as we did talk about speed running, and from a time standpoint, it kind of makes sense. I do actually, from a player standpoint, I'm just way more curious. So I think going with one. I think going with the first one, getting the insight is
right.
Pose the question.
I mean, we are technically speed running still, but now we can.
Well, I just tried to move the aces on my on the Streamlabs screen, and it doesn't work that way. I had to go over to the screen.
Tony's going through it. You're going through it.
So
it's all that Papa drama.
All that Papa drama. Pizza was cold when it showed up. And so, good thing I've got that ninja foodie toaster oven and air fryer.
Leaning over and turning on the teleprompter.
So, so I've got to pose a question, right?
Pose a question.
I mean, I think the thing that Vid and I are very curious about still is like what happened to this city is really what we want to know. So I think the I mean, what the question is probably like, what do we see is it a residential section? What do we see in the residential section that shows us some of what happened to the city?
I think there is like an actual answer to this that I've written up. There is like a canon. This is what the fuck happened here. What is that I think you piece it together from a few different things. Like, I think maybe as you take a break to catch your breath, you find someone's diary. And, just based on iconography around this person's house, combined with like the statues and the way things were arranged, I think what you can put together is essentially that to the people, this was always a home, as well as a religious icon. This is not just a place of worship, but also a thing that is worshipped. Beyond that, as you move up in the residential floors, you actually get to you move through a corporate park, and you get to the government sector. So like it goes like residential, corporate, government.
Right.
And then there's another floor above that we're not going to get to yet. So on floor 7, it's very much like this is the government floor, and you find some things in someone's office. You find like there was a specific thing I wrote here. I can't remember where it was. I didn't write it here. But you essentially find like plans from some shady shithead government guy.
Right.
That mentioned like this was always the plan. It was always the plan to use this sword as a weapon. And the only way that they could get the okay to build it was by, you know, incepting the idea in their massive city that this was for religion.
Okay, yeah, I was starting to piece that together a little bit of like.
So they got the people to build this giant and construct this giant sword, or to come to power this giant sword and operate it.
There's more than just the sword. There is also this. You're not going to get everything. I will say that the sword is one of 2. And there are some pretty specific reasons for why they did this and why they used it to cut the world in half and why things didn't go so well. And I'm sure I foreshadowed them plenty.
Right.
But as you are, that's pretty much what you're going to get with this. I don't want to go too much into it.
I love that.
And as you are reading this, I am actually going to play the second Joker.
Oh, yeah.
As the thing that hunts blasts down the door to the building that you're in. It is
sorry, but I guess you weren't fast enough.
The thing that hunts is here. Its cloak and shadow juices billow around as the ka-thunk of its heavy robotic body steps towards you. What do you do?
Is it possible for us to be like down and oh my gosh, hold on. I love my spouse. Hold on. Sorry everybody hearing that. My phone is acting up. And so she was just trying to FaceTime call me. So it went out on the stream. So I would love to say like that we are like if we could be like behind a cubicle wall or something from whatever space this
you know what, you were like I think because of the documents that you were reading, you were like in the head office, and I think you hear the door to the building blast open and you duck down behind this huge oak desk.
Love that. Yeah, and I'm just like shit.
I'm like,
and I've got like gun like up in front of me, like back against the wall.
I'm telling you, I'm like we're talking in our brains now. Sorry, I just don't like the way that I said that.
Talking in our brains.
Talking in our brains. I can like hear the Z for some reason in brains. I'm like, we got to do it. Like the only way we're gonna get here is if we like stun it. Like you got to shoot it. We got to shoot it, and I can protect you.
That sounds like a plan.
Do you object? Are you like, this is a bad idea?
No, I think I go like, how about this? And I like point you at myself, and then like, and then just like toss you up over the wall. I reverse grip you back towards where it's behind me, and I just like,
oh my god. Let's talk about blind pays.
What?
Y'all like blackjack?
Yeah.
So
I'm not good at it.
When you are either doing an action completely together, like intimidating someone or gambling or something like that, Or anytime that you are trying to shoot, you do what's called a blind pay, which is basically 2-player blackjack with some randomization involved. So there's a few steps here that we are going to go through. First, I'm going to declare that this is a blind pay, and I'm going to set its difficulty. Because you are literally not aiming, this is going to be pretty difficult.
I'm not aiming, but I'm not the one shooting.
Listen,
we're like, I mean, like I can shoot, but like
fine.
if you toss me in a bad direction,
because
like,
of the way you are doing this, it's gonna be difficult.
Okay, I'm on board with that.
All right, good, because I'm the
Tony out here going, I think this is actually easy.
I think we do this all the time.
I think we practice this countless times.
This is 100% not the first time this has happened.
Not at all. You absolutely do this, and it never works.
Like as you toss me up, I go, not again, not again. Or like, you start. It's like, what about? And I'm like, don't you fucking do it.
What about the fastball special? Here we go.
Oh my god.
So there's a few steps to this. It's difficulty. You know, I am going to say that together y'all need to get between 17 and 21.
Wow.
And we're trying to hit a range, right? It's always between.
You have to hit a range.
Blank to 21.
So you have to get 17 or above without going over 21.
Right.
Okay.
Additionally, there's what's called a modifier card. So I'm going to flip over the top card of this deck to really just throw y'all. This could go horribly. So we got a 9. What this means is that whatever 2 cards you two put down, you're going to add those 2 together, and you're also going to add 9 to it.
Uh-oh.
So this is bad.
Yeah.
Can we talk about it? No.
No, not at all.
If
you are
only
not
there
allowed
was a
to.
non-verbal way we could communicate with each other right now.
Don't you dare. No cheating. So the thing about a blind play is very much that it is entirely a gamble. It's entirely blind. So you are both going to place a card from your hand. It has to be a single face down. And then you'll reveal them at the same time, and we'll add all 3 of these together. And your goal is to get between 17 and 21. 17 up to 21.
I'll wait to talk about the meta mechanics of this and what I love about it till later, but this is very, very good, and I really do love it.
Thank you very much. Before you submit your card, anytime that you shoot, you always draw a card first. So both of you get to draw a card right now.
Oh, thank fucking God.
So draw a card, make any pairs, and then put your card forward.
And none of those pairs help us at this point in time. It's really just
pairs would be bad here, I think.
Yeah.
And if I move it out, it's going to be down at default, right? Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Y'all playing card footsie right there.
All right.
Yeah,
now that I've committed, I'm going to put it up on screen.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
Let's see if Vid and I are masters at this.
We're doing it. All right. Wait, Tony, look at me. Tony, look at me.
I can't because I've got so many things on the screen. All right,
you can't look at me.
I'm looking at you.
I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you.
I mean, I'm not. I'm looking at the camera, but I can either look at you or I can look at you. Those are the 2 options.
All right, but don't close your eyes. Close your eyes. Just hear my voice.
Okay.
We got this. We got this.
I believe in us. I believe.
All right, flip them.
No! No!
Oh,
no! Friends, they did not do it.
Oh, and I could have played
9,
1
10,
higher.
11,
I could have
12,
played
13,
1
14,
higher.
15. Very close.
Very close.
So close. But unfortunately, it does not work, bud. So here's
I should have used my other card. Oh my God.
Here's what's going to happen. So all of that goes to the discard. We love to see it. We love it when things go wrong here. It's always the best. I live for this. This is my life.
It's good. I'm glad.
God, I love blind days.
This is my favorite mechanic of the game.
So I think here's what's going to happen.
That is such a good mechanic.
I think that... Tony, were you muted?
I shouldn't be.
Are you saying? You are muted.
Tony, you are muted. Yeah, okay.
So,
all right.
So, hold on. Keep on going.
Keep going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's what's going to happen. I've been sitting on a face card this entire time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to use it. So first thing that happens is you get thrown up into the air and you fire and you just miss. The shot goes completely wild. And I actually think that what's going to happen here is that Severin is going to take a scrape. As the bullet ricochets off of the thing that hunts, comes back and scratches your arm.
So we do hit it, technically. I'm just going to go ahead and point that out. Like, we hit it.
Sure.
You said it never works. I'm just pointing out.
This is a small victory for
it basically works.
This is you two going, we hit it.
Yeah.
Ow, I'm bleeding. Ow, we hit it.
Yeah. This character growth is what it is.
It's character something.
It's a failure, but character growth.
Yeah.
It's a failure, but like a cool one.
Yeah.
King of Spades. Oh, I couldn't have gotten a better face card here. I'm going to play the King of Spades. As the Maestro, I only ever play cards when I am being proactive, introducing a new threat, or really just trying to mess stuff up. Generally speaking, the Maestro can do whatever they want reactively, but when I'm trying to change the flow and mix things up, I have to pay a card to do it. With face cards, I don't really need to do a go fish thing, but if I were to pay any of my other ones, I would. Face cards for Maestros, let me really, really just shake things up and ruin your day in the best ways. So the king lets me separate the gun and slinger. And then the means by which I do that is determined by the suit of the card.
I mean, I don't see how you could possibly suspect that I've let my hands off the gun at this point in time.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
It's perfect.
How do you...
the spades means that the antagonist does this.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense.
What we have here is the gun goes up into the air, the bullet shoots, ricochets, scrapes Severin, and then the thing that hunts just like launches an extendo hand
for sure
and grabs you.
I love that I just intended to do like this, but what I really did was like this. It was like...
Oh my god.
So now, Centaur, you are in the hands of the thing that hunts. And you know how you feel when magic courses through you?
Yeah.
It is dizzying.
Oh, yeah, I thought so.
Like this is not magic. This is twist.
I think like my feathery pattern, like it's just going haywire. Like it's like rippling, it's like making strange like patterns. Like I think I'm just like freaking out.
Yeah, I think like your colors are changing, and I think that there's even like purple smoke coming out of your barrel.
Yeah, I imagine like even like from the like inside, like the between the different scales, it's like glowing in like a bad way, you know, like ooh ah. Yeah. I love that purple smoke coming out of my fucking barrel. Okay.
What do y'all do? You can blink. You can try and blink out of the grasp.
Right.
Y'all can try and just fucking book it. There's definitely a window straight ahead of you, Severin, that you can try and jump out of.
I think I'm going to I want to use my agent power of peace. Because to me it's more important that Severin stays alive right now. So so me doing that for the audience, you surround someone or something with your protective magic. Pick a random card from the deck. Its value is how many seconds the visible target, so I can see Severin, is shielded from any damage. If a face card is drawn, put it at the bottom and redraw. So I'm gonna yell like, Severin, get out of here. Just go. And then like I want to wreathe you in protective light.
Cool. So spend a connection to do that.
That's on the thing. Blank. And then let me. Oh, it's a face card. Oh, plop that on button. 10 seconds. Wow.
You have 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think you like like the reality is like it would make sense in any for most characters to be like, this is the moment where I charge and rush at this guy. We've also very well established that is not Severin's MO, and he is 100% going to do what you just told them to do. And so like he runs and he like feels this glow surround him, and like you see it's like about to take a corner like around down the hallway, and then once they see the glow, like just barrels through the window. And I actually love the idea. I don't know how quickly you can use abilities in a row, but like he's gonna turn back and like hold out a hand for you. Like, I don't know if you want to try to blink away.
Oh, let's do it.
I want to blink away to you.
Let's do it. There's no connection cost for blinking. You can just do it, but it depends on the card.
How many feet are we away from each other, do you think?
This is all within like an office room.
Yeah.
But it is the office of a pretentious megalomaniac. So it's like a big office.
Okay.
Y'all are probably like 5 to 8 feet.
Okay.
I would say.
So it's doable in a card draw, but it could be.
Yeah, just because I know what the odds are, I kind of want it to. I want it to work. I'm a fan of the players.
All right, let's see.
Come on.
Oh, it's a king.
I mean, with moves like these, how could you not be?
Exactly.
5.
I'll let it work.
Just barely though, for tension reasons, right? You're like, oh.
I actually think that Severin misses you. I think you miss Severin's hand, and you both just fall to the ground. I think that's kind of how this works.
Oh, I love that.
Like it's like you like the tip of your stock like hits my hits my hand, and there's like a mid-air.
Yeah, almost.
Like you
almost
grab,
got it.
And then I like start twirling, and you're like, oh my god. I love it.
So, I mean, the thing that hunts starts just does like a running jog and just like builds up speed. And this thing is so heavy that as it's running, by the time it gets to the window to jump out and follow you, its steps are shattering this ancient floor that it's running on.
What did I know that we're not probably going down a floor, but what did we land into? Like I'm protected, so the impact damage doesn't particularly matter, I guess. But
you landed on concrete. Okay. You landed on ground.
And what is cool. Like? Is it like a golden age parking lot that we're in? Is this an office park? We just hit the concrete. Where are we at?
See, this would have been like the window view of this guy's office, right? So it's probably like a paved fountain garden. So it's like a parking lot or like a basketball court kind of size. With just a bunch of fountains in it.
Yeah. Cool.
No greenery. Just fountains.
It's one of those it's like an office park where you're like, this is a really beautiful public space, but no one's allowed to be here.
But it's only for corporate.
It's only for corporate people.
This one dude.
Yeah.
Even worse. God, I hate office parks.
Office parks suck.
And as a skater,
but yeah, you definitely just like poof.
Yeah.
There's like a cloud of that dust that comes off.
Oh, I love it.
And this thing is after you.
I like clatter the ground.
Get
me.
In fact, I'm just gonna ramp this up to 11.
Yeah.
Hey Tony.
Yeah.
You got any 10s?
I don't feel like you asking me questions is fair. I don't have any 10s though.
Cool. I'll just draw a card. Thanks. So I'm introducing a new threat. The difficulty that y'all have to deal with it is a 9, so it's not too difficult. Well, actually, that's on the higher end. But when you kind of like, you get up, you very quickly like get up, dust yourself off, and as you're looking around, one, the thing that hunts jumps out of the window, and as it's midair, you look around and you notice that there are some more of those blade dogs that are beginning to come in on you. There are 4 of them. So however you want to deal with this situation, the difficulty for whatever check you make is going to be a 9.
Okay. I mean, you could try and shoot me again.
Yes,
but...
like I did last time. I shot you.
Oh, I also forgot. One of you you need to either mark a twist or lose or spend a connection to shoot.
Oh, okay. What's your max twist again, Tony?
Mine is
like 5.
5, then I'll take a connection. No worries.
And connection is the amount of cool stuff we can the
it's mana.
Magnitude of cool we can do, right? Yeah.
It's mana. Yeah. Also keep in mind, Centaur, that you can spend extra connection to do bigger magic.
Bigger things, yeah.
And if you spend a single, you regain half of its value in connection.
Cool.
I forgot about that mechanic. Okay, yeah.
I think like I've like pulled myself over towards like one of these fountains, and like I'm somewhat necessarily, but also somewhat irrationally like washing the wound that I just got.
Ooh.
As these things close in, I kind of like I am as much as possible engaging in wounded prey at the water hole mentality here.
Oh my god. I love that.
As you do this too, I will also say that you catch a glimpse of like outside, and the rain has turned this bright glowing purple, and there is a lot of like deep red lightning shooting around in the sky. Something is happening.
That's not normal, right?
Not at all.
Are we at the head levels of the automaton that walk around this city right now, or shoulder levels?
No.
Are we above them or below them, or where are we at?
This is like a separate floor.
This is a different place. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. There was so much running. I was just making. That's what I was just trying to.
I went ahead and y'all are at like the last of the residential floors.
Okay.
Currently being accosted by 4 blade dogs and a giant, well, not giant, a large angry Nazgul robot.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, as you do. So I'm like I think I'm just kind of like it I'm trying to think about what, since we don't necessarily like, we can talk but we don't like this has a lot of the vibe of like my roommate just like is upset, but I don't know why and don't know how to ask. And can't tell if asking them, or like I can't tell if knocking on the door and saying, "Are you okay?" or just leaving them alone to brood after they slammed the door to their room.
Do you want me to? I feel like I can. Oh, I think it'd be interesting if it's like I feel that hesitation, right? Like I can like kind of magically feel that hesitation.
That's what I'm like. I'm the roommate that just came in and slammed the door, and you don't know whether to be like, "Are you okay?" or just be like, "Well, I'm in my room." So
I think like you just like hear like out loud. I go like, "Severum, pick me up." Like I'm like yelling at you.
Pick me up. Pick me the fuck up.
Pick me up. You're gonna die. I'm trying to like, I think like, and I know what I'm doing. I'm trying to like you're kind of like stuck in fear, I feel like. And I'm gonna be like, I'm trying to trigger your flight, like your fight and flight kind of. I'm like, you're deer in the headlights. You gotta go. You're gonna die. Pick me up.
Like I'm like dragging around the Like I'll reach out and grab you, and I'm like dragging around like I'm positioning myself on the opposite side of this pool from as many of these things as I can manage.
Yeah, you can totally put it between you.
Okay.
And they are still approaching. They're
That's fine.
Getting very close. You need to deal with this now, or y'all are gonna take some damage.
Narratively, I do have a thing I wanted that Severin is actually attempting to do here, but
do it, yeah.
So like I'm trying to draw them in. I don't know how to communicate it to Centaur at this point in time. But I am like when I said he's 100% playing that role, like that is his default, but he is aware.
I see. Sorry, I was.
No. That's fine. That is 100% like
I love
that Gun is like the Centaur is confused at this moment also too slightly, like because
no, that's perfect. Yeah.
And so
so yeah, I mean you can definitely like wait on this. Like I'll let it be a little bit easier if you want to like use that to get them close to like aim or to do something.
So my hope is 100% like, and we can talk about whether this is what kind of check this is or not. Is to pull out some like we mentioned a lot of different like cores and other stuff like that. Basically something that will turn this water into a shock bath as they get close and just cause electricity to like rupture out.
Oh, interesting. Is there maybe perhaps like some kind of electrical apparatus that we could maybe shoot down into the thing? You get what I mean?
If there is, and we can do it as a teamwork thing, I'd love that way more than just like I have some electricity bombs in my pocket that I pull out. That feels way more.
Yeah, I don't think you would have those.
Right.
I think that there needs to be like a thing that you do.
Right.
And I think we can definitely have that be the case. And this can turn into a blind pay. In order to, or does this? I think because of how we've established the check here, we're going to do this without it being a blind pay. It feels very much like Severin is taking initiative for once. And it also seems that Centaur is very much like, just fucking shoot me, just do it. I don't care where, just do it.
Right.
Yeah.
So that to me works as like this being that kind of agreement between the two of you to be shot.
Sure.
We're not going to do it as a blind pay. I want Severin to make a check here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm for this.
I'm down with that. Yeah.
It feels definitely like rewarding that kind of play and that kind of character development. So I really want you to do this.
Sure.
And you have the benefit because of how it works when the Maestro introduces a new threat. You have the benefit of knowing what your target is.
I do know. What is my target?
9.
Okay. And so let me ask.
I definitely know. I totally know.
Let me ask a couple questions here, just for clarifying purposes. I'm gonna go fish in just a second, right?
Yes.
Just hypothetically speaking, if you have a queen and you pair it with another card, does it matter what that other card is?
Nope. Yes, it does. Like if you pair your queen hypothetically with a 4.
I've got a pair of 4s.
You've got a 4.
Oh,
pair.
yes. Yeah.
Great. That's totally fine. 100%. I absolutely understand that. Do you have any Nevyn? No, Vid. Do you have any?
Yeah.
Do you have any 9s?
Oh, I don't have any 9s.
That's all right. I will go to the fish. What stat
are you using? It's probably good in a fight, right?
So actually, I don't think so, because I'm not fighting. Like I am luring them in, but I'm actually it's objectively not fighting them.
True.
I would like to argue, though I've never been to this place before, that I've been around a lot, and so like this is me. I would like to establish that as like situational awareness, knowing how to manipulate your environment to your benefit. Escape things, not just maneuver around, but know how to use the things around you to your advantage, right?
Yes, that works.
So I would like to say that I've been around, and that I've on the way down, as I was looking up, I noticed this giant like electrical line running above us, right?
Good. I'm imagining that it's like, like carports. I'm imagining that there's kind of like the frame of a carport over this fountain garden.
Oh,
and there's like just some gaudy fucking chandelier. Just some absolutely gaudy, like electric LED chandelier with like, just, it's disgusting. It's horrible.
Cool.
Right.
In that case, I'm going to play this this pair of nines queened to hit that.
Hell yeah. We've done it. We did it.
Which is, I guess, 11 technically, but yeah, I don't know that matters.
Yeah, you just need to meet or exceed. So there we freaking go. We got that. So, you definitely absolutely like shred the line on this gaudy ass chandelier, and it falls down into the water. It breaks the side of the fountain. The water floods out, and it begins just electrocuting the blade dogs, being very brittle and sharp, as we described with the weird sword magic.
Yeah.
They just get overwhelmed and shatter. 3 of them do, at least. One of them was just out of range. But the electricity does bounce from them to the thing that hunts, stunning it briefly and giving y'all enough chance to start to book it up to the next floor if you want.
I mean, I do.
We do, yeah.
So unless you want to blink along.
We've been talking about speed running. We're getting close to time, I think.
Yeah, we are. So, I mean, I can go a little over 4.
We can go a little. We're actually pretty close to the end.
I want to chat about it a little bit at the end also too. And so yeah, we can I am good to go to a little bit after. So
cool. Do y'all feel like you need to just doing a check-in? Do you want to take a break before we continue, or like we're in it now?
Yeah,
I'm good. Yeah, I'm in good flow, and I'm set. Yeah.
All right. Awesome.
My Papa Dia showed up, nice and cool, ready to be bitten into, and I'm good to go.
I love a cold. See, I like cold pizza, but not when it arrives cold.
Not when it arrives.
You want to cool it down and then eat it later. Like you.
Yeah, cold pizza is very much like I ordered pizza last night and I've woken up today and don't want cereal.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's good to be around like-minded people.
Yeah, and as an adult, I also would argue that I think cereal is best eaten for dessert. For cereals that were totally inappropriate, your parents wouldn't buy you when you were a child. That's the best time way to eat a cereal.
We're living it. We're doing it.
We have grown-up and kid cereal in the house, and the grown-up cereal is hidden, and it's all sugary crap.
Good. That's goals right there. So y'all are able to frickin' book it out of there. And you get to the stairs and you start climbing up, and at the top of the stairs is a locked door. Not just like a locked door, it's very much a door that's reminiscent of the entrance, which was like this very flat stonework that at the entrance to the sword reacted to your touch, but here does not seem to be doing that. How do you get past this door?
I'm like frantically poking,
just bouncing off.
I'm like, bud, partner, this isn't.
So,
buddy, pal.
Just to clarify, because we talked about it a couple different ways. How does you move things forward and backwards through time or to different states?
It's kind of like both, right?
It's kind of both. I like to think
have you played the video game Singularity?
I haven't.
Briefly, yeah.
There's you literally like look at an object and either fast forward or rewind it through time, but that doesn't affect its physical location. That affects like if the barrel is exploded, crunched, rusted, or together.
Right.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. Well, it's like taking a plant, right? And if you like kind of twist it and it starts to wilt, and then I can twist it back and it kind of goes back to a seed, right? That's time, but also its life cycle. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm thinking.
So the question is, do we want to speed or reverse the door to being? My thought is just turn it to a time when it's open.
Oh, that could be interesting.
I like this idea.
Yeah, I love that.
Do it.
I love that. I think it's cool. It's cool if you like kind of tell me that, where I'm like, this isn't working. I'm not a key to this thing.
Right.
What do you want me to do? I'm like, there's nothing I can do about this, right?
Like, yeah, you can turn it to a time when it's open.
like you press me up against. I go
like you start jabbing you at it.
I'm like, what are you trying to do? And you should say that. I'm like, oh, wait, hold on. And then I'm gonna try and do that.
I just want to say real quick, Knitnack in chat said RGB chandelier, what a nightmare.
100%.
100%. That's a gamer chandelier.
Yeah. The gamer
Mason Bloom drinks G Fuel.
Yeah, that exec had it put in that office so that he would have a really dank streaming background.
I'm gonna spend
if you spend a connection here, I won't have you make a check for it.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, could I spend a connection to do this?
Yeah, do it.
I guess you kind of answered my question. Is 1 okay, or what I need?
One is okay.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Well,
my thought was
because I could do 2 if you want.
Yeah, do 2.
My thought was also open is probably a sooner time than aged to the point of being decrepit.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, this thing's not going anywhere.
Yeah. We can kind of tell. It's like, this been here for a long time. I'm like,
right.
scrolling through fucking the DVR. Like,
you focus on this door and you do your weird magic shit. And it's not so much that the door opens so much as it becomes like unlocked and you pass right through it.
Okay.
And then I'll even go ahead and say, it locks back after you pass through.
Right.
And now you are on the 9th floor. This is like the most like blatantly sci-fi floor that we've been on. The structure here is very much like that of an underground lab or like a space station where everything is metal and there are these traced lines of purple and now red energy just moving very rapidly through everything in here. The air actually seems like it's a little foggy. But that fog is it's that same kind of like purple and red mix with like flecks of what looks like ash kind of just floating around through it. It's not smoke. It is like a fog or like a mist.
Okay.
And both of you, like your alarm bells are going off like crazy here. There is so much twist energy on this floor that it's actually kind of interfering with your brain talking.
Ooh.
Like that connection that you two have is getting a little staticky.
Wow.
And you hear the thunder outside getting louder and the sword actually shakes. Looking around on this floor, it's a lot like as you walk through these halls and go in through doors, it's a lot of laboratories and like smaller altars. One of the things that you find, like, you're definitely still like booking it, but just like earlier, you need to like pause for a second and catch your breath. And one of the documents that you find kind of goes into a bit more detail about this sword and its other half. And what, like, there's documents and religious texts that refer to like whispers and like visions of the future granted by some power that these people don't really understand, but that's making promises to them. And so, like, because of this, as a part of this deal that these people made with what would eventually become known as the Twist, they created two powerful weapons. Calico Maximus, a massive bipedal structure that could taste the stars if they were still there, and its sword, named Screaming Through Stars, a blade to wrest sleep from those who whisper.
Totally normal sword name.
Yeah.
I'm very proud of the name Calico Maximus of the Singing Stars.
Very good.
And the screen and the name of the sword that I just said. They're
both
very
so good.
So this is like the big reveal, right? Not only was the sword created to wake the twist so that these people could have eternal life or their wishes or whatever, but there's also another larger weapon somewhere on the planet that is what wielded this sword.
Ooh.
Oh, somewhere on the planet?
Somewhere on the planet. It's not here. All that's here is the sword.
Oh.
I would love to get like, how does that make y'all feel?
Wait, hold up. Giant fucking sword, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something that wielded
pretty big. It is distinctly different from the boy in the crater.
In the
distinctly
crater.
Different.
Yeah.
No, that's what I kind of assumed. Briefly, I was like, wait, hold up. I want to know. So, like, we were saying, like, something is calling me that is similar to me, right?
Yeah.
Do I feel that here? Like, am I?
Oh God, almost exclusively.
Yeah. So, like that. I think that's what's like. Is I'm like this sword feels like a sibling to me or something. You know what I mean? I'm like, who is your wielder? Like, where do you come from? You know.
Are you trying to like ask it that?
I really like want to talk to it, as I think like yeah.
I don't know that you can.
Okay. I'm okay with it being futile, but I think that
it's very much like what you get right now is like there's that whisper, there's that same sort of like emotional pull, but that's all there is. Like it's interference, it's white noise, it's overwhelming.
So I have a question. So I was led up here under the impression that it was safety, but everything around me is screaming fear right now. So
to be specific, you were promised that there would be safety.
Right. No.
There's your motorcycle still being chased by those dogs.
I know. I think what Severin is trying to emotionally square is he came here expecting a safe space and is being overwhelmed by this sensation of fear. So in the way that Centaur is experiencing like this overwhelming sense of this whisper as a singular voice, am I experiencing any form of dissonance? I think because it seems like a very dissonant reality.
Oh yeah, I think you absolutely would be, right.
That's what I would expect. But I just with the explanation you had for Centaur, the experience that you described is contrary to what I think my character's expectations were.
I think that what it is like that whisper is still making those promises to you. You still feel like there's supposed to be something there, but you don't see it, and you don't see how there possibly could be, but you still like cannot deny that there's that pull. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Probably sucks a lot.
Yeah.
I also love is just out of curiosity, is this vapor we're in the middle of? Is this a smell we just happen to be experiencing visually?
No.
Okay. I was just curious.
Some parts of it, maybe. There's probably some smell stuff in there, but like the fog, the mist, no, that is undeniably just evidence of how much twist shit is going on here right now.
Also, like obviously, you did a phenomenal job with motif building around color stuff too. Do I feel like this is impacted? Do I feel like the color connection to the outside weather is internal going out or external coming in?
Ooh. It's a little. It's external coming in, but there's definitely still something out there that's happening, independent or related to, like, there's some shit going on
right.
that you'll learn about in a sec.
Right. No.
That's causing the stuff outside. And a part of all that stuff is that energy is being pulled in, but there is still also a tertiary, unbeknownst consequence going on outside.
I think I'm going to let my fear guide me for a second.
Ooh.
Okay.
Because like it's the surest thing I know. And so like I think that's probably like where I'm at. So it says this word reflects, predicts, and aids you used by gaining one twist. Then use the use's form is mutable and determined when used. So I want to go ahead and use my fear.
I'll go ahead and up your twist here. You are now at 2.
Yeah, I think what, like, as I kind of become open to this and like kind of let that more animalistic reality take over, like I mean we've been running up this entire time.
Yeah, y'all probably real tired.
Oh yeah.
Well, no, yeah, but that's normal sometimes. And so do I feel like, I guess my question is, do I feel like the sword is like, it's almost like, what am I afraid of? I'm looking for a little bit of portent here. Am I afraid of what's about to happen with the sword or what we're about to encounter in here?
Yes.
Cool.
You are afraid of the thing that hunts, which is now banging at the door.
Oh yeah.
You can see
that
cracks
part
forming
was
in
not
it.
what I was looking for.
Yeah. I'm listening.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm being flowery.
Okay.
You're afraid of that. You are afraid of all of this fog, all of this mist. You are afraid of the twist, and by extension, you are afraid of everything going on in here, everything going on out there, and whatever is happening on the final floor directly above you.
Okay.
Like if you're looking for kind of like a compass on this.
Oh, and I knew we were going to go up either way. I think what I'm looking for is, like, at this point, the only way, like, I can't run because it's outside and it's inside and it's on the other side of that door, like you just said. Like, the only way out is through.
You're kind of looking for, like, where is the solution point?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I'm looking for this, which I think you just nailed. Like, the strongest concentration of fear is, like, the coalescent point is up. And so...
Yeah. You gotta whatever. If you want to get rid of the fear, you gotta stop this.
Right. And so the most I think then this is it. What is the most appropriate way for us to approach what is in the next room to get through that fear? Right. Like, I want to let my animal instincts basically open up wide and let them kind of guide me into the best approach path for whatever shit is on the next floor that my rational brain can't possibly contain.
If you were to run full on fight or flight animal instinct, I mean, it's a staircase just like everything else has been. Actually, no, this one's an elevator because that's funny.
That is funny. And now we're in the hilt, so you can't just take stairs. You gotta, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
I think the question is
what I can tell you is that something is very, very close to happening. The situation is presently almost too far to reverse.
Right.
If you're quick enough and convincing enough, and brave enough, you'll be able to reverse it.
Not brave enough. But I can go. So essentially, like we'll take that entire long conversation we had and just condense it into, I know I need to move quickly now in order to stop whatever is going to happen. So we'll, you know, it's that next beat of just move as fast as possible up. You know, hit the button on repeat, hit the closed door thing. You know, don't stop for flowers.
Yeah, this is absolutely like very quick camera shots of like it's y'all reading these papers, y'all having your exchange about that, and like coming to this realization, and then like a shot of you looking up as banging begins on the door, and then like your pupils like dilate and your hackles stand up, as you just like know what you need to do. And we get like Shaun of the Dead style, like wipe and smash cuts. Yeah. It's just like it wipes to you pressing the button with like the sound of that button press being very loud. The doors closing as you look out, camera looking out of the doors with you as the door that the thing that Hunts is on just explodes open. The doors close right before a piece of stone smash into him. The elevator rises up, shot of you like arms crossed, tapping your foot furiously.
What I think we see something that's pretty rare and also probably seems fairly innocuous to anybody who isn't familiar. But I actually think I checked to see if Centaur is loaded, which I don't even know how any of that works. But I think it's like something I would never normally think about. Like, it is probably more common if you need to be loaded that I'm like, oh yeah, you have to remind me. Like, no, you have to put a bullet in me before.
You have to put I love that. Ooh, I love that.
Do you have to be loaded?
I don't know how it works.
I think maybe I don't need. Well, I think maybe I don't need to be loaded, but I love that we both know that, but you still check.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I really, really like that.
Like we're both aware of that, and this isn't me going like, oh, you forgot. It's more like I know why.
Right.
Like you want to be prepared.
This is a nervous habit, and like it is not common, and it is only when I am incredibly afraid and need that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a reminder. And it's a good idea.
To reflect that real quick, you are at 5 connection. Do you want to spend a single to like regain some twist?
Oh yeah, I am. Ooh, what should I? Yeah, I'm gonna grab 3 more. I'm gonna spend a 6.
Okay. To
get 3 more.
Cool. 8's pretty good.
Yeah, 8'll be good. I want to save my slightly higher cards.
Oh, I just realized I forgot to give y'all a braid at the very beginning of the game, and y'all failed that check. So yeah, you check the gun, you check to make sure Centaur is loaded. You pull the lever, do the lever action, whatever it's fucking called. I don't know.
Yeah.
And right as soon as you do that, you hear a bing, and the elevator doors begin to slide open into pure fucking chaos. What you see is what would normally have been a very nice, extremely ritzy, open-air villa resting on the pommel of this massive sword. You can see the horizon and the horizon beyond that from up here. Or you would be able to if you weren't in the middle of some extremely fucked up, twisted, horrifying, world-ending storm of darkness and evil. In the center of the platform, you see a large ritual station where 2 people in very different clothes are moving around hurriedly, flipping levers. There's like Tesla coils. There's vats of strange juice. And what you see last is a massive hand forming in the sky out of the clouds and lightning and rain.
Yeah.
And it is beginning to reach for the sword. It's moving very slowly, but this is the situation. What do you do? And again, there are like 2 human-ass humans here.
I think, and this is the this is like the panicked kind of like we need to end this now. There's no time to talk. I think Centaur just goes, or like Centaur. I think like you feel Centaur like kind of get your body to ready me to fire. Like I'm like, just do it. Like just pop one of them.
Yeah. Well, I think like this is one of the rare times where I've actually got you like in position.
Oh, you're
where
ready.
Not,
okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Like whenever I'm checking things and it's like, oh, like he's actually intending to use me, not just toss me in the air or like put me on a table and hope I shoot or whatever. Like he is actually like thinking about shooting someone.
But yeah, are we on like the same page? Where we're
yeah,
like,
I think we're 100% we're on the same page. But I'm also, yes, I think you are the one who's like, who basically has to initiate. Like, you still know, like, you have to like be like shoot in order for me to
I like that, like maybe like you put me in position, but then I like actually aim.
Yeah,
like I'm the one who actually aims me.
Yeah.
I want to take a moment real quick. I know that we are in the heat of it. But there is a point made early on in the game text that I want to bring up because I feel like it's relevant here. These are people.
Yeah.
You don't get anything inherently twisted about the two of them specifically. God, whatever. Just, be mindful of the violence that you do.
Yeah, you do address again. It's a beautifully, like, there's a very thoughtful and beautifully written opening to this book. If you're a designer, you should get this book sheerly to read through the first section of it. If not, but I mean, it's also just, it's got some phenomenal tech in it and other stuff. But and also, if you want to do that, there's a link right down below my face right here, or in the description if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook that you can click on to do that. Also, hit !twist if you're following us on Twitch to get entered into a chance to win a copy. Yeah,
I'm gonna go ahead and like just read this section because
do it
again.
Yes,
So shooting, killing, and other violent acts. Violence may be simple to enact and reliably terminates conversations, but there's always another way to solve problems. It's important to remember violence is enacted against the person whose world you're exploring. Always consider other options. You gain next to nothing harming someone or something. When committing an act of violence, always be prepared for consequences.
And so I think even without that, like with or without that said, I'm okay if we're shooting at a person. I also think my fear instinct gave me a little bit of insight into like, maybe this is the play. Maybe this is the play, right? So juiced by all that fear, like we come out, I'm ready to shoot. Like we initially, like I lift you up, Centaur, and like and get you in like near position, and like you start training in on a person, and like I shift you over to like one of the vats next to them.
I like that a lot.
Excellent. I like that a whole lot.
Yeah.
Like and you get I think you get the sense like I'm not going to tell you what to do, but like this is what my fear instinct is like. We need to stop this, not. And there's specifically a piece about being convincing, not a piece about being deadly.
Oh, absolutely. No, I love that. I'm all for it.
Excellent. So, we are still going to make this a blind pay because you are shooting.
Yeah.
We are going to go that route because this is a fun resolution system that I freaking love.
Oh my God, it's so good.
It's so good.
One day we'll hit something.
First, one of you either needs to gain twist or spin connection. Narratively, it feels like Severum gaining twist.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Yeah.
So let's just go ahead and bump you up to 3, which is dangerously cheesy. Why fucking okay.
Yeah.
I think that the nature of this, it's a stationary object. Things are pretty chaotic though. This is probably like a middle of the road check. And I have somewhere in here, I have just like the straight up numbers for this. I'm going to say that you need to get between like 10 and 21.
Okay.
And our modifier card here. Oh, nope. Not a jack. Is a 6.
Okay.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So both of you go ahead and draw a card because you're shooting. And then you put your card face down.
I should have done that first, but I'm
yeah.
It's actually that does matter. Never mind. Hold on. And it can't be a face card.
Cannot be a face card. Actually, no. Sorry. On blind pays, face cards are worth 10.
Okay.
And with aces, you decide after the reveal if it's 1 or 11. So aces are like very powerful.
If I was playing an ace,
this is the best card.
All right.
Okay, y'all ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, do it.
Yeah. Oh my God, did we do it?
Oh, we did.
Wait,
did y'all bust?
wait, hold up.
No, we didn't. That's 21.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20. Oh my God. 21 exactly. Y'all did in fact get a freaking blackjack. I'm going to give y'all a grade for that just because that's cool as hell.
Oh, dang it. I wasn't showing the people on the audience. Oh, sorry, y'all. It was amazing from our point of view. So
we'll fix it in post.
Yeah.
Yeah. God.
Yeah. So that y'all essentially get like a critical on this.
Yeah.
On blowing this vat up. So I want y'all to go ahead and describe like their reaction is going to be they stop what they're doing and look at you. Very scared, both of them extremely panicked. I feel like I need to give y'all something for getting the blackjack on here. So let's just go to the aces prompts for when you pay with aces. So do y'all want to like learn new information here? Do you want to gain or maintain the upper hand? Or do you want to have greater effect?
I kind of want to have greater effect because I wanted this to like be spectacular.
So let's do that then. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go Gonzo. And time-wise, cool. That makes most sense.
Yeah.
I think what happens then is that like not only do you get like the one vat and it like shatters, but do you have a pitch, Vid?
Can my bullet cause like plant life to just spread?
Absolutely, because that's cool as hell.
Yeah,
that's cool. So like when this bursts, your magic like gets in the liquid that was in there, and when the liquid lands, plants begin to grow.
Yeah, and like that maybe like kind of ties in and messes with
and that ties in, and like there were like 4 vats, they're all kaput now.
Yeah.
And the hand that was reaching down seems to not have receded, but have stopped in place. And behind you, the elevator is descending.
I love that this fucking machine is like
this
guy.
The 2 people, the 2 twist keepers, are staring at you, stunned and terrified, not necessarily of you. One of them, with long hair, like long white hair that's up in a very messy bun, wearing a long, bright blue, like pressed velvet jacket, cinched at the middle by a black leather belt, wearing like a white button-down undershirt and like very loose black pants tucked into very tall army boots. Yes, I planned their outfits. Is the first to say anything, and their voice is very like very frantic because they're terrified, and they just kind of say like, what are you doing here? Are you here to help? This whole thing is a mess. This isn't what we expected at all. You need to help us.
We're nice to meet you. There's a giant, like, this is impressive. I have no idea what's happening. It is terrifying. And I feel like I may know more about what that means than you do. That's not an insult, but like just about what it means to be afraid. There is also a giant, there's also a giant metallic monster coming up the elevator right now. So what are you trying to do?
The other person, he's got like shoulder length straight black hair. He's wearing like a brown shirt with rolled up sleeves and just like gray pants that hang over some work boots. Also, he's got like glasses, like big round glasses that like one of the lenses is cracked. And he just says, well, we were trying to do something with the sword. We thought we could do this without this, but it doesn't look like we could because now that's here. We're trying to fix it, but it's Twist is hard. Twist is very difficult. It's very hard to do anything with Twist. Trust me, I know. Hi, Twist Keeper Bitter.
Oh my
nice
God.
to meet you.
They're fucking hell energying this thing. They're like, oh, we can harness the twist.
If only we could use the evil power for good.
So, the thing about keepers,
right?
There's all sorts of different keepers, and they all basically like study a specific thing, and they take that thing as an aspect of their title. So, like a mind keeper studies psychology, mental well-being, maybe even the effects of twist on a person's mind.
Okay.
A greenskeeper studies nature, flora, fauna.
Right.
Known plenty of them in my time.
Yeah, I think we all have. A meats keeper would be like a very, very skilled and smart butcher, right? These two, Carmilla Rose and Bitter Bloom, are twist keepers. Now, a twist keeper doesn't necessarily want to harness the twist.
Right. That makes a lot of sense.
They're not.
They're like,
this isn't the plot of Doom.
Yeah,
they are studying it. They are trying to learn about it.
All right.
These people are not intentionally villainous, but they are, hoisted by their own petards. This is a hubris situation.
Yeah.
Right. They thought that they could come and fuck around, and instead they found out.
Yeah.
Right. And I just for clarity's sake, we have a double bloom going on. Is that an intentional choice?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure. Before I went down a rabbit hole because of a random name selection, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. He introduces himself. He's like, I'm Twist Keeper Bloom, Bitter Bloom. This is my partner, Twist Keeper Carmilla Rose. We'd heard the stories, and we thought that we could do some experiments on the ancient residual twist energy here on this massive weapon to see if we could remove it and use it against the twist. And it seems like it had other plans.
I mean, it could remove it.
And Carmilla speaks up and is like, it could remove it. Yes, it seems like it wants to remove it and then maybe use it to cut us in half the other direction.
You played with fire and you got burned.
And Bitter's like, yeah, we get it. You can smack us in the face later. We need to solve this. So you've got a fucked up robot following you, I guess, is what you said. And
a Terminator.
We gotta take care of this. If you can keep that thing off of us and keep whatever else shows up off of us for long enough, we will be fine, probably. We just need some time. We need time.
Mm-hmm. I can give you time. I want to.
I'm going to add 2 clocks. We're using clocks in Gun Slinger. This is the first time I've done this.
Yeah.
So one of these clocks is going to be reverse ritual, and the other clock is going to be certain doom.
Cool.
All right.
I think actually for time's sake, both of these are going to be 3-step clocks that are going to count down.
Okay.
Successful checks on your part will lower the reverse ritual, and failed checks on your part will lower the certain doom.
Cool.
Whichever one hits 0 first wins.
Can I mess with the elevator again, and maybe no, we've kind of established that these doors don't like get old, right?
But
I was like, can I like make it?
This one's like a normal elevator door.
Oh, then I want to like No, I still doesn't really make sense to me because I'm like, I want it to be like rusted and shut and like broken, you know.
You could do
like,
that for sure. Based on what we've seen of the thing that Hunt's ability to just
really
explode
matter,
doors,
yeah.
that probably wouldn't do too much.
No, that's why like I'm pausing.
I mean, I've got a pitch for what to do about that side of things, and that is let the door open and then shoot the elevator to a point where it's not there anymore.
Oh,
like essentially causing it to drop back down.
Right.
Like age the elevator cable.
You could age the elevator cable. I thought about that, but I also think like if you basically shot the elevator and moved the elevator back down to just a couple minutes ago, then the thing would crash down however long we just came up and land on top of the elevator that is now at the bottom of the shaft.
Here's another thought too, and I'm pitching this because I'm genuinely curious to see what would happen here. But I haven't ever seen a character that can just age things before, and I really wonder what that would do to the thing that hunts.
Oh yeah, I've been like that's kind of been my.
It could be bad. It could be very bad.
That's been in like my back pocket as like a last resort.
You could also theoretically de-age the thing that hunts.
Yeah, make it.
That could also be
make it
baby
that hunts.
Yeah, turn it into a little tiny little guy. Oh, what you gonna do?
Little tiny baby robot Nazgul horror fucker. What you
gonna do? Okay, then Tony, do you have an idea?
No, because I'm useless in this situation. It's a good thing I have a magic gun with me. I largely think I am like, how do I help? We'll stay posted up in a way that lets us keep an eye on the door. But in the meantime, I will just actually lend myself to materially helping.
Okay.
I mean, reverse ritual is like, can we help them reverse the ritual instead of?
Yeah, totally.
One of us can give time. Like I can be working on keeping the fucking thing at bay, and Severum can be helping them as like an extra set of hands.
Yeah,
I like this idea, and I'm also going to throw a wrench into it because that's what I do. But before I throw that wrench, I'm imagining that are you just holstered on Severum's back right now and like focusing your energy in a direction, or like do you get propped up on a rock aiming at the?
I was thinking, God, I was kind of thinking either or, because I want to know.
I was thinking like on the on whatever
on a counter somewhere,
whatever counter I'm working on. Yeah, like right there, pointed at the door.
Yeah, like I like close enough. Like I think that's the thing is I don't want to be separated from you.
Okay, cool. I think that Carmilla basically says like, hey, okay, if you want to help that way, then I need you to stand here and pull this lever every 10 seconds and pull this lever every 13 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then once the second lever is pulled down, count to 5 and raise them both at the same time.
Ooh. Sure.
Bedtime alarm.
Whoops.
It's Saturday. Nobody's gonna tell on me. But they've got
Jam
you doing
if you're
stuff
still
like
watching.
I'm sure she is. They've got you just doing like lever work and stuff like that. I mean, how? I want you all to get this like first action in.
Yeah.
To try and lower this, but like, oh no, she's calling my mother.
Okay, I mean, I have another. So, like. I do have
I feel like if you did a check for like I've been around.
So that's my thing.
Could do this.
Like, am I using my my knowledge of how things act? Because we've established that I'm not good when things are working the way they're supposed to. But hey, when things aren't working the way they're supposed to, I'm the guy who can figure something out. Like,
yeah, I feel like that's what this is. I feel like this is definitely a check. It's gonna be a middle of the road one. Towards the more difficult side, just because of the nature of this kind of stress, but you also have been given very clear instructions, quote unquote, very clear.
Right. Yeah. 10-13. Great. Does anybody knows anybody? I can't do that. Nevyn, do you have any? Can I ask for any card?
Yeah, you can ask for any card.
I could be like, do you have any kings or whatever?
Yeah, you can. Yeah. You can ask for. You don't need to ask for something that'll pair.
Yeah.
Right. I wasn't playing on at this point in time.
Take Nevyn's power away from you.
Yeah. We should always be asking Nevyn for face cards. Yeah, we're only halfway through the deck also too, so the math is hard on this one. Do you have any sevens?
I do.
Oh man. I mean, that's emotionally satisfying, but doesn't do anything for me. I do go ahead.
So, the difficulty on this one is going to be an 8.
Oh shit! Well, that I should have probably thought about that before I asked for what I was going to ask for. And I have no way to change that at this point. And and braids don't do anything for checks.
No, braids are XP.
And so if I know I'm not going to make it, like I have a pair, it won't make it.
Okay. So this becomes a bargain then, if you can't actually like outright succeed this. Sure. So you have some options here. Bargains are essentially, I mean, we're gonna barter a little bit here.
Okay.
I'm going to the exact page for it. If a player lacks pairs, can't pay a check's cost, or doesn't wish to in order to retain pairs for future checks or for narrative reasons, it becomes a bargain. If the player has a face card to give the Maestro, the check is then a success. Do you have a face card to give me?
I do.
Cool.
Oh, because narratively, I'm then giving you the ability to screw with us in the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
So I still could have opted. I could have theoretically opted to say I do, but I don't want to give it to you.
Exactly. So let me finish reading this. If they cannot or don't want to, it becomes a blind pay that will only result in failure or limited success with complications.
No, I'm still going to give it to you, and then we'll just let you mess with us later.
So that's
I don't know what an Ace of Hearts does. We're going to find out.
Let me check. I'm curious.
So
what did I rate for this bad boy?
I was like reaching to my copy, like
just reaching to flip through, just like what did we do?
So that's a success.
Oh,
dang it! That doesn't make me happy.
Right. This is good.
So I reverse. I notice that you can use that actually like a 6.5 second pump instead of a 13-second pump.
Yeah, you figure out some better timing.
Yeah,
and reverse ritual goes down by 1 tick.
Cool.
Hey Vid.
Yeah.
You got any jacks?
I do not.
Cool, thanks.
Shit.
Badoom! Here we go. The thing that hunts is here. The elevator doors open. And it steps right the heck out.
All right. I want...
If a freaky robot could be angry, it would be.
Uh-huh.
The difficulty of this one is a 4 check, so not too hard.
Not too hard. I want to...
Because of what's been established.
I want to reverse the doors to be closed. I'm just going to shut the door on it.
Okay.
It comes up, it opens, and then I'm going to whoop.
So I think because of how connection works, a little bit of crunchitude here, I think, because you can definitely just like close the door. But here, let me just read through the connection strength things real quick. So right now you're at a limited connection, which means basic magic for very simple things. Unlock a door, create a distraction, overload an electronic device, extinguish a light. Complex magic, complicated magic of a greater scope, create an effective illusion, operate tech or magic devices, or see the unseen. And then substantial is the strongest magic that permits a larger scale. It's complex magic, but likely requires a check. Catch a falling building, blink people out of harm's way, or blink alongside the slinger. Things like that. Things involving big things or multiple things. If you do this as limited,
the cost goes
you'll close the door for sure. But I don't think it will really keep it at bay. I don't think that would lower our reverse ritual clock.
Oh, then can I do like a combo of sorts? Because I was thinking of doing that anyway. Which is then to protect the door from the thing being able to destroy it. It would grant us a few seconds, but they said any time is valuable, right?
So what would the combo here be then?
I want to shut it because like my initial idea was I was gonna protect the door like as soon as I basically hear the ding. But it like basically jumped on us, right? Like you played the card, so it is here. So I want to like close the doors on it and then like
again to clarify, it has already like partially stepped out of the door. That was the part of the introduction that I did. So I think if you close the doors on it now, you'll like catch its leg.
Right. Okay.
I think if you did complex magic and protected the door, those two things together and all the spending involved would lower the reverse ritual clock by 1.
Okay.
But I don't think, just because of the nature of how powerful the thing that hunts is and the way that we've established this.
All right. Yeah.
But if you do those two things, then I won't make you have to do like a check or anything.
Okay. I'm trying to think about like what that cost would be. Damn it, because it's just a pretty. It's not that hard of a check, which is why I'm like, I don't want to spend all the resources.
Yeah, you could also just like do a check.
Yeah. Which means I want to.
You could create like a.
Yeah, I kind of want to like magic duel it in like well, hear me out.
You're gonna Care Bear stare capacity?
Kinda, you know what I mean? Because I'm like, all right, you are a horrible mess of twist. But also I'm a cool gun, right? Can I like
I'm a cool gun. I get the kids.
Can I like
I know Fortnite.
I want to like throw myself at it and try to like clash with it. You know what I mean? This is a weird. I don't know where my brain is going with this. I want to embody. This. I want to like, but like I'm like an embodiment of magic. You know what I mean? Where I'm like, no, fuck you, and then I like kind of toss myself at it, but like with a few like energy.
Okay. Blink for me.
All right. Yeah.
It is 6 feet away.
Oh, please, God. That's a queen. 1 second. Damn it. So close.
So you clatter to the ground near it.
Yeah.
But thankfully you're doing magic. So you know you're close enough. You can make this check. Let's go ahead and do an embodiment of magic check.
All right. I have a pair.
You have to go fish first.
I do have to go fish first. Nevyn, do you have kings? Do you have a king?
Nope.
Okay, that's fine.
You didn't want to ask for that ace?
Yeah, that ace. That's just the most visceral response from Vid just now.
I totally forgot. I fucking forgot.
That's why I love this game.
I should have grabbed that.
The amount of the mechanics reinforcing, like, so whatever, we're gonna talk about this. Mechanics reinforcing the connectivity between the two players is very cool.
Yeah. Any of the players, it's like, well, Jesus. All right, I'm gonna pay. Here's my pair of 8s.
God, really going in on this one, huh?
That's the only pair I got. I want it to happen.
Good news. it works, and reverse ritual is lowered down to 1. Fantastic. Right. Well done. As you are locked in this mental magical duel with again a robotic horror in a shadowy cloak of fabric and shadow and twist energy.
Do we maybe see like the vines and stuff that have been all over the ground, like twisting up around it? And it's
absolutely,
it's like an actual physical and mental. Yeah.
Absolutely. And it starts to like hold it in place. And we see like a couple of things happen at once. As I play the Ace of Hearts. Oops. The hand very suddenly and very violently moves and grasps around the hilt. As if it happened while you weren't looking. You blink, it was in the sky, you blinked, and it's on the hilt now. So it is like directly below you, this horrible, writhing, roiling cloud of lightning and hate. And it's starting to pull the sword out. And as it begins to do this, a bolt of lightning shoots from the sky into the thing that hunts. And that energy courses throughout the entirety of the pommel, which is still a sword pommel and is made of metal. The Ace of Hearts lets me immediately raise the stakes using the environment. So, using this, I am ticking down the certain doom clock, and now the floor is lava, basically.
Oh, good.
I'm not going to immediately hurt you.
Right.
I'm going to say that like the plant life that Centaur grew creates enough of an insulation to protect Severin and the Twist Keepers from being immediately murdered by this massive course of energy. But then the thing that hunts begins to move forward, and it's hard to keep your footing now because the sword is moving. It's everything's going to shit, it seems, but you are very, very close to victory. What do you do?
All right. There are a couple of things I can do, some of which are very fun narratively. I could spin my braids. There's only one thing I could spin my braids on besides reducing my and that's I have enough to discover a new word etched in my mind. Which seems like a fun moment to unlock hidden potential narratively.
Okay.
Because the other thing I can do is turn invisible, or I also can use. I've been around, so we've established like environmental manipulation is kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But I feel like if like right now we basically have to create enough time for them to be able to do what they need to do to finish. So I think here's what it may look like for Severin, right? Because I think discovering the word courage in my mind or something that's more noble like that does not match the way I perceive the character, though that would be a great YA novel for us to write later on.
Oh, for sure. If this were like someone's fanfic, that's what would happen.
Yeah. What I think we discover, like he discovers it, like, so I think we've had this like fear mounting. I don't know that even in all the bad situations, like we've had to go through things before, like I've had to run through things before. But this is a point at which I am fully surrounded by.
Oh.
Could you just say that again? You're back, I think.
This is a point at which I'm fully surrounded by, and the world is potentially going to be ended. So like my places to run if the world gets destroyed are tremendously limited. I think it's more interesting if I discover rage at this moment in time.
Ooh. Do you want it? So the words listed there aren't like the only words that you can pick. Rage is very, very good. I really like it because it leans into the animalistic nature.
Yeah, no, that's where I'm going. Yeah, I know. I figured I could have pulled another word out.
Cool.
But there was one there that matched, and it just I think doing it makes sense. And
I just want to throw it out because I would regret not suggesting a word here. How do you feel about perseverance?
That sounds too noble.
You're right, it does.
Oh, yeah, that's good. No,
yeah,
you're right.
I
don't
really,
think Severan's
like...
a scummy guy. I just think it's I don't think he's
not there yet. Yeah, this is the first episode of the series, right?
Right. And so
this is probably like mid-season.
This is like episode 6. This is episode 6, right?
We have to come back, and now I have to deal with being afraid and getting pissy about it. That's what I have to. That's what I have to do in the second half of the season.
I'm a mad boy.
This is mid-season climax where you realize you can grow.
Like I think like we see like all of a sudden like this lightning starts to like hit around us. I think we can see like sparks kind of hit like Severin, and maybe like after that first like spark hits him, this redness like kind of shoots up through him, and we see kind of this electricity track across his eyes for a second. The hair on his body grows a little bit longer. The fangs like shoot out a little bit more, and all of a sudden he just like charges, like jumping up and around on the different like branches and limbs and other stuff that's spotted out, machinery and stuff like that, and it is going to slam straight into the beast, or the thing that hunts, with only hurting it in his mind.
Ooh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
So tell me what that. Do I just gotta go say go fish now? I gotta mark. I gotta mark.
This is a check. Hang on.
I gotta mark a twist also too for that. And
spin your braids.
Yep.
Wow, you are dangerously close to twisting out right now, bud. Because when you hit 5, that's it.
Yeah. No, I know.
Just making sure.
Yeah, you gave me the ability to move that back down, and I appreciate your benevolence. But narratively, it's also one shot. You know, like we're
plan to do it.
Okay. I'm doing some fiction math real quick.
Fiction math, my favorite.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, you got to take the situation into account. Like, if you hadn't just done that extremely cool thing, this would be complicated.
Right.
I don't think this is complicated now. I think this is on the cusp of complicated. This is going to be an involved check for sure. I'll give you the exact number after, but as a reminder, involved ranges from 5 to 8.
Okay.
And this is good in a fight. Definitely. If this is a stat, it's good in a fight.
Right.
Yeah, I was thinking I was going to potentially try to argue like quick on my feet, but I don't think that really works.
You are like,
I am vicious in here, and so
yeah, you said that like the only thing in your mind is hurting.
Yeah,
the thing
I'm
that
good.
hunts.
Yeah.
Cool. And your good in a fight is 0, right?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Do your go fishing, bud.
8s are not in play. 9s are low.
Keep in mind, just as a reminder, if you have a jack, you can play it at any time to draw 3 cards.
Oh, and I didn't know that.
And a king is always a success.
Right.
A single king is always a success.
Single king is always a success.
Oh, a single king. Oh,
they
okay.
don't. Yeah, they don't pair.
Oh.
Yeah, they don't pair. Right.
The queen is the only face card that pairs.
The pairs.
And
yeah.
The queen and aces. Aces are like.
Okay, so let's play through. I should just ask Nevyn. Yeah, well, see, I feel like you would have potentially played it already. How many cards do you start with? Same as the rest of us?
Yeah, 5. I have 2 cards in my hand right now.
Vid, do you have any kings?
I do have a king.
Can I have it, please?
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
Pretty please, thank you.
I'm going to use this king.
Yeah, of course, buddy.
Let me think about it for a second. I think I'm a king it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
I was like,
I like. 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 So yes, this succeeds, and you do this, and
I don't want to rob. You did a lot of fiction math. What was the number? I don't want to just rob you. I want everybody to know what the fiction.
It was 8.
Good, because I had no other way to get an 8 beyond this, so that's great.
Okay.
I have a pair of 5s and a 7 in my hand, so that's phenomenal.
I want to say that so this is going to succeed, and I am going to hand the camera to you to describe how you get rid of this situation. While also not dying. And the reverse ritual clock is going to go down to 0, and y'all are going to win here. But I just want to say, damn, I saw the light of complete failure for a split second.
For a hot sec.
And started thinking about how horribly this could go. Because that was almost 1-1. That was almost like truly neck and neck.
Yeah.
But we said we were gonna speed run this, and instead we 100. We 100.
We full completioned it.
We didn't say what kind of speed run. Turns out it was 100%
full completion speed run. Takes a little longer. So how many of y'all have run this level faster ever? I challenge you to show me.
I challenge you to try. Yeah.
I might release this. I might release this adventure now.
I would love it. This is so good. I was going to ask you about it later.
It's a really cool one.
So we see him come off, and I think it is like I think we see this incredible release of energy. Like we see this lightning kind of even like bouncing off the spots he's been seconds before. It's questionable if it's even trailing him slightly, and he slams into the thing that hunts. And it just doesn't move. Like it doesn't move. Like it is so strong and so powerful and so heavy that it just sinks in. And like we see the camera pan around as it like rips Severin up and pulls him away, pulls him away from his body. And then all of a sudden we just see Severin like slip and drop out of that grasp in a way that seems almost impossible and just sweep this thing's legs out from underneath it, causing it to like careen down the side of this giant sword.
And it just falls off.
Just falling down below.
Hell yeah.
Good.
There's definitely the like Die Hard style shot.
Right.
Where we just see just boom, boom, just bouncing off the side.
And of course, it disappears into the red and purple fog below eventually, so we don't actually see it land, so we don't know what's going to happen later in the season.
Of course.
Exactly. So you do that, and the camera like hangs on you for a couple minutes as like your breathing calms down, and you sort of stand up just a little bit more straight. And
I think we should backshot that giant hand on the pommel of the sword with lightning going around it also. Like that.
Oh yeah, that happens.
Yeah,
like it's the shot up behind looking at that.
So speaking of that, like shortly after this, you like walk back, and by the time you pick up Centaur, the weather is beginning to clear. The hand is loosening its grasp and like rising up and just like dispersing completely. And as the skies clear, Carmilla and Bitter, walk up, sweating, tired, not sure if they really did it. Like in that situation, it's like, did we do it? Or are we dead right now? And I think Bitter even says that or something to that effect. And by the time the sky is completely clear, we can see that the sun is rising, and you've never had a view this good of a sunrise before.
Oh.
And the credits roll, and that's game.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. We have been playing Gun and Slinger, and it has been an absolute blast. We do a little thing here on the channel called Reaction Roll. Reaction Roll is a live stream within a live stream. It's our chance to sit down with the creator of a game we just played and talk to them about what our thoughts were. Again, like I said today, we've been playing Gun and Slinger, which is a 2 to 3 player RPG where you play as, in my case, a hapless coward of a slinger. and their incredible sentient gun. We have a couple of amazing people playing with us. Vid, tell people who you are, what you do, where they can find you online.
Oh, yeah. Hi, everyone. I've been Viditya. You can find me online on Twitter at Viditya. I make indie tabletop RPGs. You can find that at vidityavaletti.itch.io. I am also a cast member of All Nerds Here, an actual play channel. Our season is currently an all TSE cast for both of our shows, Wednesdays and Sundays. I am on the Wednesday show called we're playing Hardwired Island. It's called Hardwired Island Rising Tides. It's great.
I love it
it's
so much.
time.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we're having just a blast. We decided to have a little bit more of a lighthearted season in a really fun setting. So if you like cyberpunk, if you want to meet my character Amit, who is an android, like a cyborg athlete of crossball, he's the best.
I love Amit so much, and Tongue is also extremely terrible.
My horrible brother,
horrible brother.
Played by no Kevin Wynn. Yeah, you can find that. That's Wednesdays at 8:30 EST at twitch.tv/allnerdshere. And that's about it. Oh, sorry, small other little plug. In August, so hopefully August 1st, I'm going to be running a game jam for my game Basic TCG. It's a community created and driven trading card game. What is a community driven game without a community to drive it? So you should go there and take the wheel and make some cool cards for me. So keep an eye out.
Awesome. And then, of course, we have with us Nevyn Holmes. Nevyn, tell people who you are, what you do, but tell us about why you made Gun Slinger and what it is.
Hi, I'm Nevyn. I am a queer tabletop role-playing game designer based out of Texas. I make stuff alongside my incredibly fantastic and skilled wife, Jam. You can find me at nevyn.games or over on Twitter at fork20. That's fork is in the utensil, and then the number 20 spelled out like a word. And you can find Jam at dinoberryjam.com or at dinoberryjam on Twitter. I hope I got her at right. Oh,
drop
Jesus.
it, Jam. Drop it in the chat.
Yeah, just put it there. Just send people. Gun Slinger. You asked me. Wait. What did you ask me to say about Gun Slinger?
Give us the elevator pitch and then tell us about why you wanted to make it.
Okay.
Sorry. As I was there, I gotta know the.
I'm so tired. Gun Slinger is a game for 2 to 3 players about exploring a world that has been destroyed and is currently trying to come back to life. It's a post-apocalypse game about people, about friendship, about love, and about how we can come together to make things better. As for why this game was made, well, Tony, let me tell you a story about a shitpost. There was a game jam that was going around that was like Talk to Transformer Jam, where the idea is you put a list of all your game names and all your work in progress game names into Talk to Transformer, which is like a neural net that generates new text based on the text that's put in. So I put all my games in, and I got one. One of the games in the list that it spat out was Your Gun is a Gunslinger. I took that and ran with it and was going to make a competitive Go Fish RPG about Wild West gunslinger dueling with their gun. Didn't like that game very much, but did like the Go Fish mechanic that I came up with, and it became Gun Slinger, which kickstarted in August 2019,
something like that. If I remember,
August?
It was the August run.
Yeah. Did way better than I thought it would. absolutely ridiculous, raised almost $30,000, which allowed me to create a beautiful. It allowed me to hire the people to create the beautiful book that now exists in the real world. I got to hire Viditya Valetti here. I got to hire Adira Slattery, and Pam Panzalin, and Sin Posadas, and Jam came on to help out with a lot of the layout. Like, that Kickstarter let me make something that I am beyond proud of. And God, every time it comes up, I can't help but thank every single person who like was involved in any way with this. It's ridiculous.
That's awesome. I love it. I had a blast playing it. Vid, you've gotten to play a whole lot of times. You like playing the gun. You were the sentient gun centaur. Tell people about your experiences, whether tonight or before playing the game, and then just what your thoughts about it are, and then if you have any questions for Nevyn.
Oh yeah,
then go ahead and ask him. Also, so sorry, if you're watching right now and you have questions for Nevyn, go ahead and type them in the chat wherever you're watching.
Real quick, I wanna say I remember when Nevyn, I vividly remember when Nevyn came to me going just messages gun and slinger, like you're a gun and there's slinger, and I just go, yeah, sure. and then I think that's one of your quotes on the Kickstarter. That's my quote on the Kickstarter. Because that really just happened. I love the history of this game because it's the most Nevyn fucking thing I've ever heard. And I just love that confirmation of Nevyn just going, yeah, what is this like a thing? And I'm just like, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Sure, whatever.
And then it just fucking spiraled. It just kept going and it was so wonderful. What a roller coaster. I loved it. I love this game. I think it's got some really fun what I like about it is, the mechanic is interesting, right? The Go Fish mechanic is a lot of fun. My favorite is the blind pay. I love doing that. Like it is such a great time. And I have played this a few times exclusively as the gun. I really should play as something else, but there's just something really fun. This game lets me do the thing that I like, which is have very fun limitations to a character, right? Like I am a gun, I can kind of move on my own, but I'm also this, and in all the worlds, I am like this strange thing that can't necessarily exist on its own. Cause I love a strong tie to another player. 2-player / 3-player games are 3-player games are games that I love. So I love or duo games. I wouldn't necessarily, cause I don't play a bunch of 2-player RPGs, but I love playing as a duo in games, and this, what is Gun and Slinger but a duo game? And so yeah, it's always a blast. And then every time, this is the first time I played a gun that was of the Agent of Peace, and was a little bit more surprisingly was very gung-ho to get shot, but it felt a lot more we were cohesive about that. In other games, I was very much I am an agent of violence. You know what I mean? I am a thing that is a gun. And in this one was really fun to be I kind of didn't like being a gun, and shooting something was a necessity of survival, which is really fun. I'm trying to think if I had any questions for Nevyn, but yeah.
No, that's great. You also had plenty of time to talk. Plenty of time to talk about it and play about it also. So no worries if you don't. If you think of one, also feel free to pop in again. If y'all have one, let us know. Mr. Kapow says, had a very Saturday morning cartoon vibe, but I can visit this as an awesome cartoon from the 90s, meets Dark Tower, which I was actually kind of surprised wasn't one of the touchstones listed, because I do feel like there are some of those.
Aren't you a fan of Dark Tower?
I've never engaged with Dark Tower.
That's genuinely surprising to me.
I'm completely unfamiliar with it. I don't even know who wrote it.
It is a Stephen King concept. It's actually their core concept.
It's weird.
It's the nexus of all the Stephen King literature universe, essentially.
That's cool as hell.
It is
kind of if I remember correctly. I know, because I have 2 camps of friends who love it and who are like, I hate this. And so it's like,
it is polarizing. Here's the thing. I don't like Stephen King as an author. I hate his
exactly. Yeah.
I hate his pacing. I don't like anything he writes. But here's the thing. The closer it gets to the Dark Tower, the more I like the books that, so like I've read the Dark Tower series, except
that's
for the
very
last
interesting.
one. The more they reference the Dark Tower and the more characters overlap with Dark Tower characters directly, the more inclined I am to like it. And I don't, even from before I knew that was a thing, like that's how I would categorize my appreciation. And so
I actually want to touch on like the Saturday morning cartoon vibe. Like this adventure and this session that we had today is not like not the lightest this game has ever gone, but I just want to say that like the tones that you can strike in an individual campaign or session of Gun and Slinger are incredibly varied. Like I've got a game with Jam and our friend Sam, actually. Jam is the gun, and Sam is the slinger there. That is actually like kind of dark, and I feel is going to go some interesting places, but it's completely different from this one. And I mean, people have played Mech and Pilot, which is, to me, a game that is written very dark and very grim and very sad.
Yeah.
And they've shown their character and they've told me stories, and it's like, it's very happy. It's very like goofy, like the early stages of the new Voltron anime. And I'm like, that doesn't make sense to me.
It's so strange. But
how is it so happy?
But it's like really cool to hear that. Almost like uplifting, you know what I mean? Because like the mechanics of Mech and Pilot
are
like
up.
Their relationship is like fucked, you know?
It's rough.
But I love that people can find like joy out of it. You know what I mean? Like that actually is like super cool. Damn.
Yeah, I was thrilled. Like it's always interesting to stream lower player count games because there are so many things I had to pop on. And Knick-Knack, yeah, you said an audio pop a second ago, Vid, but it's random and we can't control it. So you're just very loud when you were very excited a second ago. It was great. But we I loved playing even with the having to manage all the different things because it was so narratively rich and because it was so collaborative. Like anytime I needed to not have the spotlight on me for a second, it was easy to be like, oh, I'm not going to pitch anything. And like, you know, just like somebody else can help figure out what's going to move the story forward at this moment. And that's actually really freeing, both on stream, but just at the table, knowing like, hey, this is your locus of control. And a lot of games will try to share that. It just did it very well. And some of that's always like, is it the players? Is it the game? But the mechanics of the game really play out in a way that is a constant collaboration because you are passing cards around the table. What was in my hand is going to be in your hand. What I've expended matters to you. Like those little moments that you can take notice of. It's not like, oh, you rolled a 6. That's great. Next time I'm going to have the same exact chances of everything, right? Or your rolls and my rolls maybe combined, but I don't have to make any sort of calculated choice about how they're going to interact with each other. Like those pieces mechanically were just so rich and just
thank you very, very, very much. I think my favorite part of Gun and Slinger is that all of that you just said, but specifically like it is inherently an intimate game in a way that a lot of more traditional RPGs aren't, for the exact reasons that you kind of went through. You know, it's a small player count and you are sharing resources in a way that you don't, not just resources as in cards, but also your narrative and your fictional resources in terms of like determining what's happening and talking about the story. Like, and I think everyone should play a 2-player game of Gun and Slinger with just the gun, just the slinger, completely GM-less, because it really, really leans into all of those aspects, and it brings the intimacy of the mechanics both like the strict card mechanics and the meta mechanics, the implicit, explicit mechanics. It all comes together in a way that makes this game much more personal than a lot of more traditional RPGs that kind of try and tackle some of the same thematic matter, like aesthetically.
Right. Now, like I said, and part of it, maybe you and Vid's energy. Like, this is the first time Nevyn and I have ever hung out, right? Which is obviously in the world we live in today. This is hanging out now. Like, we've had the hype energy of all of us, chatting for near a month about this. But this is mine and Vid's only second time to play together. Y'all have played together before, but like, it was very comfortable and very easy to step into, and that like lends itself, like that's very evident from a player perspective. That's because the game lends itself to that type of intimacy. Like, it names it in the character relationship, it builds it in the development process. I thought it was great. The other thing I just super loved, as a final note, then we'll pick some things and plug some things and I'll go to bed. One of the things I love the most is I'm a big fan, like my freshman and flagship game, Beards and Beyond, makes a huge use of two things, which is our motif building, right? And the other major one is like, and that's done by asking questions of the players and letting what they say feed into the narrative. And the fact that, like, the adventure itself, the world building itself, the characters itself, all of that was just a question process, right, is one of the things I love. But then your ability to then take that and just continue to weave different themes and visuals and signify things to us in a certain way, but then watch how we played around with it and decide if that was important or not, right? And it was just beautiful. And some of this is system, but some of this is just you as a GM, so take that as a compliment, or us as a table, because we're all freaking geniuses. It's amazing.
It's true.
But like saying, like, I was like hirsute and hungry, right? Like, and then you were like, well, what do you eat is a normal question, or how do I do it as a normal question? So we ended up on, like, food is what feeds this process for me, and flowers is what does that. And then weaving that in, and all the different ways you played that, and just all the different pieces that you continually moved through it were just tremendously amazing and fun to watch evolve around the table. And so a game that creates that kind of space is a game I'm always going to enjoy playing. And so I'm super thankful and grateful we were able to make it happen. I also will say, anybody out there who's watching this, you should play it on your stream. You should do it. If anybody out there is watching right now or later, and you're a streamer or somebody who wants to get into streaming and you wanted to do an ongoing episodic 2 to 3 player version of this, I would happily give you space on my stream to run it, because I just think it would be cool to see some people run an ongoing play about this anywhere. Like, if you've got your own channel, do it on your own channel. But I'm super happy to make space for people here on +1 to run things who are not me. So feel free to reach out if anyone's interested. Because I just think it's such a tremendous concept, and would love to see little bits and bytes happen. With that said, we're giving away a copy. If you are here live, that's great, because then you'll know that you won right away. But if we're going to draw somebody, I'm going to give them a couple days. If they don't respond, they'll do it. But let's go ahead and pick a winner. I think we've got a lot of people. We've got Ultraviolent Ray has won. Ultraviolent, if you are watching right now, be very excited in the chat. I'm gonna have to vamp for a second or two while we figure out if you are.
I've never vamped before in my life. I don't know what it's like to vamp. I've never vamped. I'm offended that you would ask me to vamp. This is me not vamping at all. I'm definitely talking about something very important right now. I hope that you can tell. I ran out.
Chat's at a time, chance to respond. We'll give Ultraviolet a couple days to get back out to me, and I'll see if I can message them about it also too, and get in touch. If not, I have the list of people who entered, and so I will message down the list as we go. But we'll make sure there's an announcement sometime this week. We're also gonna have another copy to give away in the future, so check us out at +1EXP. Hit follow to know when we go live. And a couple other things upcoming. We have a few different streams. We've got Vibe Check on Tuesday at 9 p.m. It's a Lumen system by Josh. I'm super excited to play. Spencer Campbell, who created the Lumen system, is going to be playing with us. I got to go recruit my other 2 players tomorrow. So if you're one of the +1 team, please let me know. Also, if you're somebody who wants to ever hop onto our streams, we actually try to manage a diverse group of people who are just play one-shots of new systems whenever they're interested. If you ever want to come on a stream, please let me know. Reach out via Twitter is probably the best way to do it, or Discord if we're friends on there. And then Wednesday at 8 p.m. we are playing, and I'm gonna slaughter the name, and I'm feel bad. Adrian's new game, Remembrance. Is it Remembrance? I think it's Remembrance. I don't remembrance at this point in time for sure. It does have to do with remembering. And I'm very excited to play it. Actually, it's a tarot card deck that manages a lot of the different aspects of the game. And so we're gonna be doing that on a Wednesday night. Please again come back and join us if you want to support the stream. We try to do all of our content for free, just partnering with creators to give away some copies of their game. If you want to help support us financially, go to kofi.com/+1exp if you're watching on Twitch. There's links to that down below. Coming soon, we'll have some different ways you can support us on there also too. But right now, anything you do just actually goes to paying our team. And everybody on our team besides me is a POC or a member of a diverse part of the community. And so it really helps just make sure that I can continue to pay them well without having to dip into my pocket over and over again. Creating sustainability for that is a huge focus of our stream this month and next month. We'd love to have your support over there. With that said, again, if people want to find the game, please go check it out at the link right down below my face, ttrpg.link /GandSGame. And until next time, I don't have a good way to end these streams, so we just wave at the camera until I take us off live. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
How much like
Forever. Everybody heard that.